Every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
So, good morning and welcome to the We Don't Have Time COP30 Climate Hub.
Yes, this is the third day of broadcasting from the United Nations Climate Summit here in Belém. And Belém is located at the edge of the Amazon rainforest. And the Amazon rainforest is one of the most impressive ecosystems of the world. And indeed, it hosts 1 out of 10 species of the world when it comes to animals, plants, insects, you name it. They're here in the Amazon. And also, the Amazon, of course, sequesters and the forest holds massive amounts of carbon. So it is a very significant forest for the future of our planet and for the climate. So, Nick, any news from the ongoing negotiations?
Well, you know, it's still early days, but there's lots of things being announced, and it's very hard for us that we don't have time to actually track everything that's going on. Fortunately, we've got lots of partners, and one of those is Mission 2025. That's linked with Cristiano Figueres, one of the architects of the Paris Agreement. And a couple of things I wanted to mention. There is something new, a new global investment fund called the Journey Fund, and that's helping governments to get off fossil fuels. And yesterday, it made its first investment in Latin America, $200 million for solar projects in Colombia. Now, this is important because Colombia is one of the first countries to sign the non-proliferation fossil fuel, I'm going to get it wrong, aren't I? The Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and now they're starting to see some benefits from that. So this new investment fund, the Journey Fund, has chosen the country that is, you know, committed to get out of fossil fuels, Colombia, by giving them this money for solar power. This is the beginning of something I think could be quite important.
That's great news. But we don't have time. We focus very much on amplifying science, as you probably are very well aware of by now. And this COP, we are partnering with the Planetary Science Pavilion. And the Planetary Science Pavilion is also helping us, of course, amplify our Make Science Great campaign. It's a great collaboration. So if you want to help us amplify science, go to our webpage and you can donate. And then you could get one of those caps, for instance, the red cap or the unique Brazilian cap that's behind us here. That is more in the Brazilian colors. Oops, dropping my script here. So this is really great, a great way of helping focus, helping us strengthen the focus on science at this COP and moving on. So what you can do is join the bucket challenge. This is not just any bucket challenge. This is, of course, a bucket challenge focusing on science. So let's take a look at the latest, what's happening in this bucket challenge. We have a great film on that.
Hello. How are you guys? Welcome. Have a great day.
Hola everybody from COP30 Amazonia.
Science is the overall view that we need to share in order to take the best decisions all.
I think science is important Because it's one form of truth.
Today, as we stand in the world's largest rainforest, Amazonia in Belém, it is predicted by 2100 all the rainforests will be gone. Science is the key to solve this dispute.
I want to pass this off to Zoran Mamdani, the mayor-elect of New York City.
I pass the cup to the finest negotiators at the COP30.
I think we all, not just me, need to pass the cap to Mother Nature.
So, today's theme, we will be talking about tipping points. And there's some scary stuff when you listen to the scientists around the tipping points. And the tipping points is also the reason why we don't have time to wait, because we don't really know when we are triggering those tipping points. And when we do, it will be so much harder to solve the climate crisis, and things can really get out of hand very, very quickly. Luckily, we are still avoiding most of those tipping points, but we really need to change. I will give an introduction presentation that is focused not on the problematic tipping points, because there is also tipping points in our society, in our economy, that are good for us, that can work to solve the climate crisis. So this is really a race of triggering the right tipping points before we're hitting the bad tipping points. And I will start with explaining BuyMoreTime's role a little bit. We are the world's largest media platform for climate action. I founded this together with my co-founder David Olson 8 years ago after Donald Trump won the first US election. I realized that our world leaders will not solve the climate crisis, and we wanted to connect everyone in this space and get the volume up so that we can broadcast that, so that we can push that on other platforms to get more people on board. And today we gather more than 150,000 sustainable professionals on our platform. If you haven't downloaded our app, you can do so. Just go to Google Play or Apple App Store, search for BuyMoreTime. We're also very proud to work with more than 450 partners, everything from businesses, civil society organizations, and governments. And together, we push climate action to more than 200 million individuals. But here's the thing, and here's the big surprise. Our biggest fan is not climate activists. It's someone else. It's actually an oil company. And I will explain how I know this. I'm personally, and also BuyMoreTime, using LinkedIn a lot. Actually, I'm one of the most influential LinkedIn accounts in Sweden. So I have a great reach. And I often write about the energy transition and what's happening. And here's a post that I wrote about a very interesting coal auction in the United States, where there was hardly no one wanting to bid to it. The fact is the final bid was 99.9% lower compared to the previous oil auction that was 10 years before. So the market for coal has really collapsed. No matter what Donald Trump or others say, this market is old technology, people don't want it. And what's interesting with LinkedIn is that you can see who is reading the posts and how many you reach. And here you can see that I reached 147,000 people with its post. And I can go into the analytics and watch who is actually behind the screens. And as you can see here, number one is the oil company Shell. And this is not random. They are kind of stalking me. Every time I write about oil, energy transition, climate action, they appear in the statistic. Always. Every single time. As you see here, they are top 3 every single time. And this means that hundreds of people inside that company are seeing what I write about. I think this is very interesting, and the question is really, why is that? Why is that an oil company takes so much time in reading the world's largest media platform for climate action posts about the green transition? I think the answer to this is very simple. It's because we're ending the oil era, and the oil companies know this. This year, for the very first time, renewables surpassed coal, oil, and gas in the market. So clean energy is the winners and fossil fuel is starting to lose. And it's everywhere you look. In US last year, 96% of all new electricity were fossil free. In Russia, there is actually a big financial crisis in the coal industry. They're a big provider of coal. It has lost 80% of value, and half of the businesses is near bankrupt today. And it's not only coal, it's a lot of technologies in clean tech that are scaling exponentially. Everything from solar, electric vehicle, batteries, all those curves are scaling exponentially. And exponential change is kind of hard to understand. So you really need to interpret in how fast this change is coming. And a good example is to do it with time. In 2004, it took a year to build 1 gigawatt of solar in the world. In 2010, it took under a month. In 2015, it just over a week. And 2023, it took a day. And last year, less than an hour. And here you can see the exponential graph of that. It took 68 years to build 1 terawatt of solar globally. After that, it took 2 years. This is amazing. So it's really a clean energy revolution going on. But solar has one disadvantage. If it's not shining, you can't capture the energy. So that's why we also need to store the energy. And storage is now scaling in many countries and is fastly replacing fossil gas and other solutions. And the stock market, the financial market knows this. Just this year, clean energy stocks outperformed all other stocks in the energy sector in Standard & Poor's 500. So if you invest in clean energy, you are the winner. And one winner that is very happy today, I know he's doing some oil businesses, but he's also doing a lot of good stuff in clean energy, is the president of Brazil that reached record high 88% renewable energy in the whole electricity grid. And this is a big country. So this is very impressive. And the good news with all this, it's leading to emission are starting to decrease. In EU, 2023, emissions were down 8%. In China, the emission, this is new report from Carbon Brief released yesterday, emission has flattened out past 18 months. The economy in China are growing, but the emissions are starting to fall. But it's not good enough. Of course not. We really need to cut emission in half according to science every single decade. And we're nowhere near that. But here's the thing. I'm super convinced after working almost 24 hours on the climate space that what's in the way is not that we don't have the solutions. It's not that we don't have enough people willing to do the change. No, it's that we have some special interest of old power in fossil fuel industry and their allies in politics that are now trying to stop us, trying everything they have to slow us down. If we remove that, this halving graph will happen. So we need to address that. And most people, they want this to happen. In fact, there's a new study saying 89% of people globally want stronger action from the climate leaders. But they're not getting it because they are too polite. Most people, they think they are alone in wanting stronger action. They think their neighbor don't want it because they read the news and they see the TV and they listen to the politicians. But the truth is, a majority wants climate action. They want stronger regulation. But they're not getting it because they're not loud enough. And that's why we have this cap, Make Science Great Again. It's actually spreading like a hot potato here at the COP meeting. People really love it. And we're meaning it. I mean, Donald Trump, he is brilliant on marketing. So we have been inspired of a great slogan, and we are turning it into something else, turning it into defending science, promoting science, so that we will have science leading our society. And that's not really happening today, so we really need to do it. And it's because science is not just listened to, it's also under attack. According to concerned scientists in US, there have been more than 400 attacks on science just this year. That's a record high. So what we need to do is to help make science great again. And if we succeed with that, we will succeed with the green transition. But we need your help. If you're part of the 89%, stand up, speak up for science, speak up for climate. And a great way to do it is to wear our cap. And we have a special version here in Belém, that white version. You can get it by scanning the QR code below me. And you can become part of the change so that we don't hit the negative tipping points that we will hear from Tim Lenton just after me. Thank you so much.
I should sit down and walk across you, or just no, stay standing.
We just heard a presentation from Ingmar Rensog about the Make Science Great campaign. And this is, of course, a beautiful campaign to prioritize, to promote the prioritization of independent science. And we're so lucky to have scientists here with us at the studio. And the first scientist here that is going to give us a keynote presentation is Tim Lenton. You are chair in climate change and earth system science at the University of Exeter. And you have a presentation for us. So the floor is yours, Tim Lenton.
Thanks very much, Katarina. Yeah, I'm here to talk about tipping points and the key messages from a global tipping points report that we put out actually at the pre-COP ministers meeting about a month ago to try and help influence in a constructive way the negotiations here. So the report is all about the Earth system tipping points that we're facing and the radical acceleration of action that we need. So I'll talk a little bit about the latest tipping point science, the challenge we're facing there, and what's required to activate what I call positive tipping points to accelerate change to zero emissions. So on the science, let me start by trying to explain the concept of a tipping point with a simple movie. This is a little movie of a system that I'm slowly forcing towards a tipping point. The system is it's the ball rolling round in the valley on the left, but there's another alternative stable state of the system, the valley on the right. And this system's being forced in a way that the initial state is getting less stable over time, and some amplifiers within the system are getting stronger and stronger. And the crucial thing at the tipping point is that those amplifiers are so strong they support a self-propelling change that in this case is quite abrupt and very hard to reverse, as you can see as the ball rolls down the hill into the other state. So those are the important qualities of a tipping point. And there are a number of potential tipping points in the climate system. So sorry with my pressing the button too hard. Well, what we've done in the latest report is make this nice little summary graphic. It shows you in the thermometer that we're at about 1.4 degrees centigrade of global warming. And it shows you on the right a bunch of critical parts of our life support system, the Earth system, that risk being tipped into a much worse state by that global warming. And you can see that there's some uncertainty about exactly where the tipping point is. Some tipping points are closer than others, but a bunch of critical life support systems are already in the danger zone. And tragically, and I'll talk a bit more about a few of those, but tragically one system, the world's tropical or warm water coral reefs, we say are now past a tipping point, because in the last 2 years we've seen at 1.4 degrees of global warming, over 80% of those tropical reefs have been experiencing unprecedented dieback. So that's the first tipping point to be crossed. It's a critical one because about 500 million people depend on reefs for their livelihoods, and they provide, for example, critical coastal protection from storm surges to a lot of people living on the coastlines behind them. But as we look ahead, the latest science shows that the Amazon that we're gathered in here at the COP is at much greater risk of a tipping point than we thought, a tipping point towards a degraded savanna state of the system instead of a lush, moist rainforest. And that's because of the combined effects of climate change and global warming, which means together they could tip the Amazon below 2 degrees centigrade of global warming. That would be an issue for at least 100 million people living in the region, either directly in the Amazon or in the La Plata Basin to the south that would get profoundly drier if the rainforest collapses, and in the surrounding agricultural regions of Brazil, which would suffer really major declines in productivity if we lose the forest. But also globally, we're all going to know about it, because losing the Amazon means losing carbon to the atmosphere and removing reflective cloud cover and amplifying global warming. Now, if we look ahead, the challenge continues, because every fraction of a degree of warming is increasing the risk of crossing other, even more damaging tipping points. And unfortunately, those tipping points are kind of connected together in a way that tipping one thing can make tipping another more likely, or in the worst case, trigger tipping another. I put in the center of this diagram the great overturning circulation of the Atlantic Ocean, because it is the great connector of the climate system. And we already see worrying evidence that it's slowing down, and we know it can tip into an alternative state. And if that happens, it will have ramifications, bringing forward tipping points in all kinds of other systems, including influencing the Amazon. So let me just focus a bit more on this great overturning circulation of the Atlantic. The red color is surface currents going up through the Atlantic, including crossing the North Atlantic in what we call the Gulf Stream. The blue flow is a return flow of saltier, colder water at depth down the Atlantic, thousands of meters down. And deep water formation either side of Greenland is the critical driver of this great overturning circulation. But we know it can be tipped off, because that's happened many times in Earth's recent past. And we know it's at risk from the combination of global warming and the extra melt of the Greenland ice sheet and the extra fresh water that's pouring into the North Atlantic. That can stop this process of deep water formation on either side of Greenland, which is a crucial driver of the overturning. And if that happens, I just want to show you the risks that that will pose first for Europe and then for the world. Because in Europe, this tipping point happens in some climate models, including the one I'm showing you, at 2 degrees of global warming. And this is one of the best climate models there are. And what it does is it makes the climate of Europe radically different. In particular, the winters become, well, like living in an ice age. On the right, the picture is showing that the sea ice, the Arctic sea ice that currently is melting back, makes a spectacular comeback, and by February is nearly reaching the Thames estuary and covering the North Sea and most of the North Atlantic, which is why on the left you see some contours showing you what the decadal climate extreme is. It's like minus 20 degrees centigrade in London and 3 fully frozen months of the year. And yet the summers are going to be hotter than they are now in this 2 degree warmer world. So we have a radically more seasonal climate, and the infrastructure of the UK, where I come from, and many surrounding countries will be, well, profoundly challenged, and we won't be able to grow crops in the UK. So we'll have a huge challenge. But in the global picture, it's going to cause a catastrophe for food security and water security. So these maps basically show in purple massive reductions in the viable area for growing two major crops, wheat and maize, worldwide. Reductions by more than a half. So if this tipping point happens, it's a global food and water security crisis. And we should be doing everything in our power to stop those outcomes. And yet the window for preventing these damaging tipping points in the climate is rapidly closing. The only way we can really control this risk is to limit the overshoot of 1.5 degrees of global warming, limit the amount we go over in terms of temperature, and limit the number of years we go over. But the only way we're going to limit that overshoot is to spectacularly accelerate action to zero emissions, which is why we need what I'm going to call positive tipping points, which accelerate change in a self-propelling way to zero emissions. And I want to show you that there is some good news. We have seen the evidence that we're crossing positive tipping points in some countries and some sectors, and that's exactly what's required. Basically, clearly our governance institutions need to get on the case with both the tipping point risks in the climate and work out the strategies to deal with those, especially the ones that can't be avoided, like the coral reefs. But also, governance has got a key role to play in enacting policies that bring forward the positive tipping points. So let's have a look at the concept here. We know we're in an unstable state of society and the economy, and that it's maintained to a degree. The valley is dug out by things like fossil fuel subsidies that maintain that status quo. But we can imagine, and we know there exists another stable state for the economy, powered by renewable energy, electrifying all the activities we can, and that's going to be happier and healthier and more profitable for all of us. But the question is, how can we shift the balance of feedback so we get out of the unsustainable state and into the sustainable one? The main message here is that actions are already showing that they can weaken what I'd call the damping processes that maintain the unsustainable state, and they can work with amplifying feedbacks to create a shift. Ultimately, a tipping point will happen towards sustainability. What kind of amplifying feedbacks are we talking about? We're talking about the fact that the more people who adopt clean technology, the more other people they can influence positively to adopt. We're talking about the fact that the more clean technology we make, like the more solar panels or batteries, the cheaper they get and the better they get, and therefore the more attractive to adopt they get. And that they've been making spectacular gains in terms of declining price and improving performance. Those are the amplifiers that can get strong enough to create this tipping point situation where change is self-propelling. Like it's already been in a country like Norway, shown here, the market tipping from buying petrol and diesel cars in the brownie colours to battery electric vehicles in the green, just within a decade. Now, Norway passed a tipping point for EVs back in about 2012. We clearly need tipping points in lots of markets and lots of sectors. But in the Global Tipping Points report, we've summarized where a bunch of the key sectors are at. We see battery electric vehicles in Norway right up there, having gone past the tipping point. The Chinese market is already tipping to electric vehicles. This is a big deal because we're talking about 13% of greenhouse gas emissions just from road transport. Some other markets are further behind, but the crucial thing is, as a major market like China tips, it makes the technology better and cheaper for everyone. It brings forward the positive tipping point in the other markets. And there we also see some other crucial sectors, like in the electricity or power sector. We already think we're past the tipping point towards solar energy becoming dominant later this century. And that's because it's growing exponentially, and the number of solar panels installed, that capacity is doubling less than every 3 years. So there's a bunch more sectors that need to tip, and some of them are further away from tipping. But what we show in the report is not only where are they at, but what actions will it take to bring forward the positive tipping points. And there the message is really that the most effective policies to bring forward positive tipping are the ones that mandate the phase out of fossil fuel technologies and the phase in of clean technologies. So I'm talking about things like banning the petrol and diesel car sales in your market from 2035 onwards, banning diesel truck sales from 2040 onwards, banning gas boilers for heating from 2035. These policies will kickstart the innovation and activate the amplifiers that bring down the price, improve the quality of the clean technology for everybody. It would be great as well if governments would stop subsidizing the problem, fossil fuels, and also the meat sector. And that's what we also highlight here. Policies that reduce the kind of damping feedbacks that are currently holding in the status quo, they need to be changed. But together, those things clearly can positively tip major markets and major sectors because it's already happening. So to conclude, the overarching message is we're facing catastrophic risks with tipping points in the climate. We've got to phenomenally accelerate action in order to limit global warming, to minimize that overshoot of 1.5 degrees centigrade of global warming. That's the only way we're going to get these risks under control. But that, in turn, demands immediate, unprecedented action, both from the leaders here at COP30, but also leaders in all kinds of sectors like business and civil society, as we can all make choices about which diets we choose and which technologies we adopt. And if we adopt clean technology, we're helping make it better and cheaper and more attractive for the next person to adopt. So it's only with this combination of what you could call decisive policy action, but also bottom-up action from civil society, business, and the rest of it, that I think we can give us a credible grounds for hope to positively tip out of trouble. Thanks very much for listening.
Just moments ago, Professor Tim Linton shared a quite harrowing presentation of the recent tipping point report. And here in the studio to share their insights and discuss more of the tipping point perspectives, we have some great guests, and we also have a great guest with us on Zoom. So Melanie McField, you are joining us via Zoom. You are Executive Director of Healthy Reefs for Healthy People. A warm welcome to our broadcast.
Thank
and
you.
Tim Linton, of course,
here.
next to me here, that just presented. You are professor at Exeter University. And also we have Carlos Nobre, Earth Systems Scientist at the University of Sao Paulo. And you are also the co-chair of the Planetary Science Pavilion here at COP30. And next to you, we have Raquel Luna Viagini, Executive Director, Instituto Arumana in Brazil. I might have mispronounced that a bit. My Portuguese is very bad. So, wonderful to have you here, and thank you very much, Tim, for that presentation. It is alarming. It really feels, you feel it in your bones when you see the statistics and the short window, the window closing. But there are also, as you mentioned in your presentation, the positive tipping points that we will talk about here too. So, Melanie, I'm turning it to you now first. The tipping point report suggests that it may already be too late for the warm water coral reefs. As somebody who's very much immersed in this topic, do you see any hope for the reefs?
Yes, because I have hope that we will be able to reduce, the greenhouse gases to bring down climate to 1.2 at least. I mean, we can do this. It's not easy, but I think we have to be saying it more, more and more the coral reef community, we've talked about all the other things we need to do, because within our toolkit for coral reef management, we have things like fully protected areas, reducing pollution, all of that. But we need to pull these emissions targets and the reduction of greenhouse gases into our toolkit. And having that more upfront, once we do that, yes, we have a chance for reefs. But if we just keep going along business as usual, it won't turn out well for reefs in almost all of the world. There may be a few places that survive, but yeah,
So Melanie,
for all those people, yeah, it's.
What will be the impact if we lose the reefs? What is the impact?
Well, it's like a third or a quarter of all marine life in the ocean, is dependent at some point in their life cycle on coral reefs. So, you're taking a chunk of biodiversity. So we don't even know, the potential pharmaceutical values of these things. That's for the entire planet. Then you look at the almost a billion people that are close proximity to reefs or somewhat dependent on reefs. That's their physical security. Land is being protected. Coastal properties are being protected by reefs. As they degrade, it takes a couple decades, but storms, they're literally their homes and their businesses, hotels will be washing away in the next typhoons and hurricanes. And then all the food that comes from the reef, the fisheries, people are living, their food security is coming from these coral reefs. So yeah, it's serious living consequences for people and for all of that biodiversity and the wealth that is on the reefs. So these coral reefs are so wealthy in terms of, the natural capital that's sitting there, and we may just allow it to go because it's below our target. That's
thank
not
you very
acceptable.
much, Melanie, for spelling that out so loud and clear. So turning now to callers, you have been at the center of the work around the Amazon rainforest and its big, how important it is in the Earth system. So could you please tell us the Amazon's role in the wider world perspective, please?
Yes. Of course, the Amazon is the largest tropical forest on the planet. It evolved particularly over tens of millions of years. And the Amazon really creates a very efficient way to recycle water. About 40% of rainfall in the Amazon depends on this very effective water recycling. Near the end is 50% of water recycling. So that really creates a condition for a very large-scale biodiversity evolution. So this is the largest biodiversity in the planet. We know more than 50,000 plants, 16,000 trees, 3,000 fluvial rivers, fish. So this is something, this ecological connectivity. And also this ecological connectivity is very important because the recycling of water, the Amazon exports 45% of all the water vapor that comes from the Amazon, from the Atlantic Ocean, by the trade winds. And then this recycling is so efficient, 45% is exported to the south of the Amazon. That is what maintains the tropical savanna south of the Amazon. 50% of rainfall in the tropical savanna depends on this, what we gave the name of flying rivers. And also 35% of rainfall in the Atlantic rainforest in the south depends on these flying rivers. And also, needless to say, the Amazon over tens of millions of years remove more than 600 billion tons of carbon dioxide. So it's stored in the soil, in the vegetation above the soil. And also this climate stability keeps the temperature. So all this carbon storage really reduce the global temperature 1.5 degrees. And also studies even start to show that the fact there's a lot of rainfall here even prevents atmospheric wave to cause a drought or a dry climate in California. So just to show this connectivity of the Amazon with the global climate.
Such a beautiful and intricate system, indeed. So, Carlos, how close are we to losing, to the tipping points of the Amazon?
Yes, Tim Lenton showed very well. In my opinion, after coral reefs, the Amazon is one of the closest to the tipping point. Our studies show that deforestation exceeds 20 to 25%. And global warming reached 2 degrees, no way. We are across the tipping point. We are very close to that, globally speaking. Deforestation is 17, 18%. 30% of the Amazon forest is several stages of degradation. And, as Tim mentioned, the risk of reaching 2 degrees is very high if we don't reduce emissions very rapidly. So the Amazon is very close to tipping point, and all southern Amazon, Atlantic to Bolivia, 2.5 million square kilometers. The dry season is 4 to 5 weeks lengthier. The dry season is 20-30% drier, 2-3 degrees warmer. Increased tree mortality in southeastern Amazon, south of this state where we are now. The forest became a carbon source since 2010. So the Amazon is at the edge of a tipping point. And if really we cross the tipping point before 2100, we're going to release more than 250 billion tons of carbon dioxide. We are going to lose the largest biodiversity. We're going to generate a larger number of epidemics and even pandemics. And also, this recycle of water going to the south will turn the tropical savanna into a very, very semi-arid vegetation. So we are going to lose the largest biodiversity on the planet.
Thank you very much, Carlos. It's almost difficult to take in the consequences, to really realize it's so massive. So, Tim, we spoke now of the Amazon tipping points and the coral reef tipping points. What other Earth systems are at risk of tipping?
Well, as I touched on in the presentation, there are critical parts of the circulation of the ocean, especially in the Atlantic. They're definitely at risk of tipping, which would have catastrophic consequences in simple terms, not just for Northwest Europe, where I showed the kind of extraordinary winters and incredible seasonality that would challenge all of our infrastructure, and I think, frankly, lead to large-scale displacement of people who would want to leave. But that tipping point would cause connected tipping points in the monsoons in the tropics, because when the Atlantic Ocean circulation, the overturning breaks, what happens is it stops transporting a lot of heat from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. That moves up the great band of rainfall around the tropics south, and that's equivalent to severely disrupting or stopping monsoons in West Africa, in India, and that would be a humanitarian catastrophe. But also, if we see the Atlantic overturning circulation stop, it's going to leave heat behind in the Southern Ocean, which is the big risk to tipping points that are already at risk there for the West Antarctic ice sheet and parts of the East Antarctic ice sheet. We can't rule, well, again, we'd struggle to say that we're not very close to the tipping point, especially in West Antarctica, where the ice sheet is retreating at an accelerating rate. There's enough ice in West Antarctica to raise the sea levels worldwide by around 5 meters. About 250 million people live within the first meter of sea level rise. There's also a big risk to the Greenland ice sheet that we see shrinking at an accelerating rate. That holds enough ice to eventually raise the seas by 7 meters. Now, it may take many centuries for the complete breakdown of these ice sheets, but we'd be seeing accelerated sea level rise. And as many of these explained, if we're losing the coral reefs, we're losing their protection of coastlines from the storm surges that are going to come on top of that sea level rise. So in a connected sense, it's a whole lot of escalating or cascading risks.
Thank you, Tim. I'd like to ask you just briefly to touch upon the social tipping points also, because if somebody might not have seen your presentation. So please tell us briefly about the social tipping points and what they entail.
The good ones, the positive ones,
Sorry, the positive the positive ones, definitely.
Because of course there can be negative ones, but the positive social tipping points they're all what's going on in the tipping point is all about amplification. It's all about the fact that that a little change, maybe it's I choose to adopt an electric car or an electric scooter or an electric bike instead of a fossil fueled one, that incrementally makes the technology better and cheaper and more attractive for the next person to adopt. But I might also influence the next person to adopt, because I might say how great the electric vehicle is, and that might make them think, oh, I want one of those. So those are the kind of amplifiers that are actually crucial to creating positive tipping. But of course, lots of other actors, we say, like policymakers, can enact the policies in that case that will bring forward those positive tipping points. If a technology is at an early stage, we need public money to be invested in research and development that helps achieve these economies of scale, this learning by doing that makes those things better and cheaper and more attractive for all of us. But if the technology is close to being competitive, then we just need policymakers with the courage to phase out the old dirty fossil technology and phase in the new.
Indeed. So we all have a part to play in this tipping scheme. So Raquel, I'd like to turn to you now. You work a lot with vulnerable people and climate injustice in local communities. Can you give us some recent examples of how extreme weather, hot weather, recently have affected indigenous communities here in the Amazon?
Yes. So I have been working for about 17 years, working and living in traditional communities in the Amazon. And I think I was there during the biggest 2 droughts. Actually, there were 3 big droughts and 2 of the biggest floods. And I could definitely see and live how it affected local communities, who we call the guardians of the forest, but are actually being one of the most affected populations. I have many stories on how this affected them, but I don't know. I think there are different topics I could bring. The first of all is isolation. So most of these communities are only reached by boat and river transportation. And I've seen hundreds of the communities I work with completely in isolation, and it affects education. So the students cannot get to their schools. They cannot get water because it's too far away. And definitely on income generation. So whatever they produce, they cannot sell, and the food doesn't come in. So it affects also how they access goods. And this you can see in many different ways. It also affects the production. So I work with communities that work with Brazil nuts, with cupuaçu. Just as a number, I'm afraid to give numbers because you're the numbers people, but one cooperative that had already planned for 20 tons of Brazil nut production during 2023 drought, they were able to produce 3. So this is just like a little bit of what we see on the field. So whatever numbers and stories that seem to be far away, they're already really close by. And living the drought, it was also living the fires during 2023, 2024 that affect health and everything else. So directly affecting the population.
Thank you, Raquel. So what can be done to limit these economic effects for the indigenous peoples?
We are already talking about adaptation. So just for example, the community I live in, you only get by boat, and they work with community-based tourism, so sustainable tourism. They had to close for 3 months. So it's 3 months, actually 4 months from September to November, because you cannot get there. And this was like 4 months without income for the whole community. And what happened is that people started to buy motorbikes. So we're talking about adaptation. We're talking about you cannot do one way. We're already thinking of alternative ways of doing. So the motorbike is just like an example, but adaptation has to come in many, many forms. And when it comes to water, finding the solutions that work for each region to access potable water and so on.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I have a few questions left. We have about 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes to go. So I'd like to address the topic of impact. I mean, in your work, you address decision makers and the public in various ways, but how can we, all of us, from our different roles and perspectives, communicate to leaders the sense of urgency when it comes to the planetary, to Earth systems? What call to action can you have to all of us, regardless if you're a business leader or if you're a single mom or with not a high income, or regardless of who you are? How can we push? Because we all have a part to play in this, right? Raquel.
In my case, I work with advocacy, bringing the voice of the people from the field and telling these stories. I think this is a very powerful way to push. So we listen, we try to organize these adaptation plans, these adaptation proposals, and try to organize it in a way that you can actually influence decision makers. And at the same time, what you are bringing as scientists, I try to also do the other side of the communication. So bringing this to the local people, which is also very important.
Thank you, Neat. Thank you very much, Melanie. What is your call to action to pretty much all of us in pushing, maybe from your perspective, the coral reef, not to be able to save what can be saved?
Yeah, I think what Tim said about all the little things mattering, that's really important. So for people to think about the individual things each person can do. And I would just make a plug for, I'm not sure how widely it's known that the methane reductions give us a much quicker impact into the temperature. So for me, being in such a precarious position with coral reefs, I think the methane reductions is essential to get us down, get temperatures down in a time frame that will allow them to survive. So there's a methane treaty out there. Individuals can reduce beef and sheep. Those are the two foods that are just, off the charts in terms of the methane production. So if we could just do that, that would be a big step.
Thank you. We also have this campaign on We Don't Have Time called BuyMoreTime, and that's directed towards the methane, how we can address different aspects of reducing the methane emissions and plugging some of the leaks.
Switching the subsidies. That's another, that's an easy, like a government can do that with a stroke of a pen, switch the subsidies. Like we need a good old switcheroo. Let's subsidize the good, foods that are trying to reduce the carbon footprint of what we eat. We need protein, but where it comes from makes a big difference.
Thank you. So Tim, you're nodding on the methane. What would you like to add in terms of call to action, what people can do?
Yeah, Melanie was spot on we emphasised that in the Global Tipping Points report. I talked about accelerating the reduction of the carbon dioxide emissions. We also rightly highlight that reduction of methane emissions, and we say we have to scale up what's called carbon removal, but particularly we're concerned with sustainable carbon removal from the atmosphere, which in simple terms, the big opportunity space will be regenerating nature in simple terms. But to do that, we need to address what Melanie's highlighted, which is we have to stop the net destruction of nature, including the Amazon, which is primarily driven by diet trends. But then when we get to the point, if we can create
as in
space,
beef, just to clarify.
as in beef for the Brazilian Amazon, that's the primary driver of Amazon loss. But then once we stop, if we can reduce the pressures that are still causing the net destruction of nature, then we create space literally to try to regenerate nature, to work with nature's feedback loops, to grow back healthier, more resilient ecosystems. And we've seen lots of localized examples where those, I call them positive tipping points for nature, have started to happen. We've seen initiatives like marine protected areas spread like wildfire across Pacific Islands because communities kind of own the initiative and they realize this is actually going to help us have a sustainable fishery. And then on the plus side, the evidence also shows, okay, the coral reefs are at risk, but if we can take the pressure off from overfishing, that's one of the key human pressures that could save some of those systems, just as, of course, taking off the key driver of Amazon deforestation would be one thing we can do to try and delay or prevent the tipping point of the Amazon. And again, so it comes down to people, because it's our diet choices, in this case, that's the big driver, but it's also communities that get engaged with their ecosystem to start to regenerate it when they realize the shared interest in regenerating their life support system.
Thank you, Tim. Carlos Nobre, you get the last word here this session. What can we do, all of us, to create more positive tipping points and stop the negative ones?
Yes, of course, Tim brought this issue for all the global tipping points. Let me just focus on the Amazon. We are trying to implement, not only scientists, but Raquel is showing positive tipping points on these communities to protect the forest, to maintain the forest, to develop a social bioeconomy of standing forests with the products of the social biodiversity. So this is essential. So positive tipping points, really, to save the Amazon, we have to get zero deforestation, degradation, and fires. Last year, we had a record-breaking number of fires. More than 95% of the fires, man-made fires by organized crime. And also, large-scale forest restoration. Brazil has, Colombia has. And also, of course, to give scale to this social bioeconomy of standing forests and valuing the knowledge of indigenous people. So we really have to give scale, all positive tipping points. Big challenge. When you look at the politicians here in the Amazon, 80% of the politicians, elected politicians, are populist politicians who are not putting saving the Amazon as priority. So really, what we are proposing in Brazil is to create educational systems for children, to protect children, to mitigate all tipping points, and also adaptation. So I think this is our big challenge.
Well, thank you very much, Melanie, Raquel, Carlos, and Tim, for your marvelous work, your relentless work to really just do all you can and help us be better. And hopefully many people will watch this and take action in their respective fields. And of course, we need brave politicians, as you mentioned, Tim, to get this done. But this was truly inspiring and enlightening. So thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And also, I'd like to just mention that this was our third science.
En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo. Amén. Bajo tu amparo nos acogemos, Santa Madre de Dios. No desoigas las súplicas que te dirigimos en nuestras necesidades. Antes bien, líbranos siempre de todo peligro. Oh Virgen gloriosa y bendita.
Santa María del Camino,
llévanos sanas y salvas a nuestro destino.
El Señor es mi pastor,
nada me falta. En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo. Amén. Sí. Gracias.
Hurricane Maria is devastating the Caribbean. Not only have people lost boats, cars, and other material possessions, but now power is a luxury. The force of the storm knocked out the island's entire energy grid. More than 12,000 people are in shelters all across the island.
Lo peor ha sido durante y después del huracán María, porque significó el que nuestros empleados no pudieran trabajar, el que no pudiéramos brindar los servicios y el saber que había gente muriendo muriendo porque no tenía lo esencial. Yo recuerdo haber visitado a una persona que era recién diagnosticada de cáncer de riñón. Cuando volvimos al otro día para llevarle una compra, ya había muerto. Ese tipo de cosas, ¿verdad? El no tener la energía, el no tener los recursos, va drenando, ¿verdad?, las energías del pueblo. Que a la misma vez nos hace resilientes, pero es una lucha que vivimos.
Centro Buen Pastor is an incredible center. It's a part of the Catholic Church here on the island, and they provide all sorts of services. They have family therapy clinic here. They support a lot of the school programs. A lot of the kids come here and participate in different activities, including planting plants at the greenhouse. So they provide services to families, not only in Guaynabo, by the way, island-wide. So folks come from as far as 3 hours away to participate in these programs, and so they're critical not only to the community where they are, but they're also critical to the island. So solar was installed in 2024, but the process started in 2023 when I first met Sister Huidalis at Centro Buen Pastor. During a natural emergency, folks can go and get resources, get support, maybe in some cases find a place to sleep. They could charge their phones. They could bring in their medicine and leave it at a refrigerator so they could still use it. They could come use their medical equipment here. Then it becomes an issue not of not having electricity only, but of life and death.
Oh, I should have my card hat on.
We've got impact.
I got the impact.
We have end bolts.
The pollution that's associated with setting things on fire kills 9 million people a year on this planet, 1 death in 5. So half of the joy of a world that runs on clean energy is that you avoid all that. We can power ourselves without breaking our planet. That would be nice. But the other half is that it's liberating. Instead of depending on a few places around the world that have concentrations of fossil fuel, and on the people who own those concentrations and end up with way more power than they should, we have an entire planet able to power itself from stuff that it has close to hand, because everybody has sun and everybody has wind. And nobody can hoard it. Nobody can hold it in reserves. It's there for all of us to use. So it's a very different world that we're on the edge of being able to create.
Our neighborhood in Denver and Colorado generally seems like there's a lot of people have solar on their homes. So we had looked into it. We understood it was good for the environment. It would save us some money. But again, the return on investment wasn't there when we were first looking at it. Denver has a very good sustainability program, and I got an email from them telling us about the Solar United Neighbors Co-op. So we did the application, sent it in, everything was approved, and we just kind of went from there.
My team does everything. It's related to increasing access to solar. We do low income and income qualified pilots. When you're working in certain states and certain areas, talking about environmentalism and why you want to save the planet and why you want to go solar isn't necessarily the message is going to get them to go solar. Now, if you're talking about energy independence and energy freedom and taking control over where your energy comes from, that message tends to hit home.
We were paying out anywhere from around $200 to $250 a month in just electricity. But like the electricity bill came last month was $11.
If other people's, expenses are fluctuating because of the cost of utilities, of gasoline, we're not impacted by that anymore. That's a great thing when you're entering retirement, is to not know, when property taxes are going to change, property insurance is changing, groceries, all those, things that you need to have. You've now fixed your cost at zero by not buying gasoline for our EVs, by not burning gas in our home. We've reduced our utility and petroleum expenses about $3,800 a year.
The Bell telephone system brings you one of a series of programs on science to understand nature's laws.
Every day I send you 1,000 times more power than you use in a year. It's up to you, fellows.
Anybody working on getting power direct from old blowhard here?
Well, the science boys have come up with a sunshine kick that makes electricity out of your sunlight.
Oh, yes. You mean the solar battery? Yeah. That's hardly even a cookie yet, let alone a cake.
Doc, that's big news.
The solar cell is an American triumph, invented in 1954 at Bell Labs in New Jersey.
The solar battery. Now, held in the sun, this thin little cell, a sunshine wafer we might call it, produces a usable amount of electric current out of the sunlight that falls on it. It was cooked up out of basic research at the Bell Telephone Lab.
Although this is quite expensive at the moment, the simplicity of this sunshine wafer is startling.
Very steadily, for the last 70 years, engineers and scientists have brought the price down of solar panels to, in the last 3 or 4 years, bring us past some invisible line where power from the sun is now the cheapest way to produce energy on this planet, cheaper than burning coal or gas or oil. I don't think we've quite realized yet that we've crossed it. We've spent so many years calling this stuff alternative energy that it hasn't completely sunk in that it's now the obvious mainstream energy.
Today, the vast majority of what we add to the grid worldwide, but also here in the United States, is wind, solar, and battery storage. Over 90% of everything that we added to the grid last year was solar, wind, and battery storage. And so not only can solar, wind, and battery storage play an essential role in helping us to provide reliable electricity all year round, it's already doing it. What differentiates people that are in the top billion around the world that has access to all of these modern flourishes is low-cost energy. And where we are now is that everyone around the world is going to get access to low-cost energy. When you see the dislocation in electricity that occurred in Pakistan, what did people do? They didn't turn to diesel generators, they turned to solar panels. And they went from 1,000 megawatts a year of deployment to 12,000 megawatts a year in less than 18 months, right? That's the power of solar, is that you can actually bring huge amounts of solar power, battery storage, charge controllers, and you can use a YouTube video to put it together, right? That's how simple it is. It's plug and play, right? And so when you think about where we are right now, we are in a place where we are simplifying energy and electricity and making it accessible to everybody. You want to do it yourself? You can get a discount to do it yourself. You want to work with your community? You can work within your community to get a buying pool together to do things together. You want to work in clean energy and you work with your hands? You can do that. It's a career that you can actually get in the clean energy space. Everybody is welcome into the clean energy space, and everyone is needed to get us to where we need to get to, which is energy abundance.
New York City now taking steps toward making public schools more sustainable. Today, officials announced new solar panels in more than 70 schools, and they believe this technology will be an investment in clean energy that'll benefit future generations.
Students, teachers, environmental activists, and union workers who will install the panels celebrated at PS 19 East Village Community School this morning. It's one of the first schools to get solar panels. The City Council unanimously passed the bill in September.
This is really for our young people here. This is our chance, and this is really our commitment in action.
New York City has a huge role to play. We're the largest municipality in the whole country. What we do often sets the stage for what other municipalities imagine they can do and start to see that they can do. We've had a lot of inquiries from other cities about wanting to replicate this bill and wanting to do this in other places in the Midwest and smaller towns. And so we're looking at about 7,000 buildings across the city that are solar eligible, that are city-owned properties. Solar is the future, and I think it's a way for us to build resiliency and independence from the power of oil and gas. But also, as we move into a very uncertain future, we need to have this infrastructure set up. You know, we don't want to be trying to rapidly install this kind of infrastructure coming from a disadvantaged position of we're already in a really bad place. We should be like really thinking ahead and anticipating where we're really going to need to install this infrastructure and just get it done now while we have our heads above water in some way.
El mismo día que nos instalaron las placas solares, tuvimos un apagón masivo en Puerto Rico. Ese día yo me asusté mucho porque yo me sorprendí cuando vi que entraron las placas. Era como que no sabía cómo iba a reaccionar. Incluso recuerdo que llamé a David porque tenía miedo de cómo iba a reaccionar, qué tenía que hacer, y simplemente no tenía que hacer nada.
¿Me puedes preguntar a mí?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva en ese
54 años. Ay, en verdad que esto es una bendición. Tener unas placas que uno siente que pueda tener luz con esta problemática que hay en Puerto Rico de la luz. Ustedes no nos retiren las placas porque yo voy y busco una placa de esas y le doy por la cabeza.
Sí, besito. Cuando nos encontramos, familia
completa, besito.
Es como una convención.
La energía solar, y gracias a las placas solares han podido darle pues seguridad a muchas de nuestras hermanas que dependen de estar conectadas, por ejemplo, para dormir en las noches porque tienen diagnosticado apnea de sueño, que es que se quedan sin aire, y eso es debido a muerte. Está también el uso de las camas en las hermanas mayores para subirlas y bajar, para poderles dar la alimentación, medicamentos que necesitan refrigeración las 24 horas, como es el caso de los diabéticos. Y en el caso también específicamente de la hermana Polonia, que tiene cáncer, que ha estado recibiendo mucha quimioterapia, a veces 3 y 4 días corridos, su temperatura, ¿verdad?, corporal sube mucho y ella necesita las 24 horas el uso del aire acondicionado.
Ha sido un proceso fuerte, un poco doloroso. Cuando a uno le dan la noticia, uno se queda como impactada, un poquito como que no entiendo qué pasó aquí. Te cambia la vida, me cambió la vida, me ha cambiado mucho la vida. Entonces, poder contar con ese servicio que entre la placa solar, entonces por lo menos tenemos ahí algunas horas, 4 horas de luz. Y es interesante porque la quimio te ponen con un caliente y hacen que uno sude mucho con el calor que está haciendo también, entonces no puede tener el abanico.
I'm Bruce Kaplan. I live in Bethlehem. I've been here for about 16, 17 years. I was on the select board for 6 years. I just rolled off this past election year. And now I spend most of my time either working on energy stuff or on biking stuff.
I've been up here for about 32 years. I've retired from teaching high school science, physics, chem, a few years ago. I do some part-time work building kind of pretty nice, highly energy efficient homes with some good folks. And I've been on the Energy Commission for, I'm not sure how many years now, but quite a few.
Longer than me.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been on 7 years now.
The town solar project, which is actually 3 different arrays, that was roughly a $500,000 project, but we received funding for all of it, $150,000 of it. So you start looking at that, and I haven't penciled this out, but by the time you get renewable energy credits and just the energy that it produces, the payback time is way smaller than even just the 8 years that a typical home system would have.
The project was to build the arrays large enough to cover all consumption of the town's municipal electric needs.
Going through the whole process, working with folks who have all these questions and a little bit of worry, will this all work out? We trust you guys, but we don't like to move too quickly. Okay, we've done this. And then you finally get through the cycle and the season and they start getting their bills and they're like, wow, highway department's bill for this month is negative $1,000. Oh, and I think Susie here just got a bill for one of the last few months that was, instead of $2,400, it was like $600, something like that. So It's fun to see people seeing that concrete result economically when they already were probably pretty well convinced that it would make sense to do it environmentally, but sure is good to see the money coming in.
Yeah, in the end, the pitch is all about money. And everyone can appreciate money. And when you tell them we have a $500,000 project, everyone gets nervous. When you tell them we have funding for almost all of it, Dan mentioned 150,000. Of that 150, we got a 30% tax credit on that. So in the end, it's $120,000 for a $500,000 project, which payback is going to be about 5 or 6 years. Nobody can look at that and say, I don't want to do it.
Right.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 214. The motion is adopted.
The Senate passed the Trump-backed Big Beautiful Bill on Tuesday, which means getting these could become even more expensive.
Major changes coming to clean energy. Critics say it's not only bad for the climate, but could also mean higher bills.
Would end clean energy tax credits.
Roll back any tax credits for wind and solar farms abruptly, almost immediately. That was supposed to be in place for the next several years under former President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act.
You're looking good. Good to see you, man.
How you doing? Trump and his people illegally killed the $7 billion program we had for Solar for All, but we're going to be in the courts, and I'm not sure that we will not at the end of the day win. It is not a complicated idea. It's a very simple idea. As you know better than anybody else in America, when you install solar panels, you save substantial sums of money on your electric bill, and you cut carbon emissions, and you create jobs for the people who are installing it and the people who are manufacturing the panels. Not complicated. So in my case, right here in this house, Jane and I installed solar, I think it was about 10 years ago. And Jane reminds me today that we, in the summertime, don't have a bill at all. I think we get credit. Probably, I'm guessing, on average, our electric bill has gone down by about 90%. So we pay virtually nothing for electricity. And it cost us, we think, we're not sure, about $16,000. So what Solar for All legislation that I passed does is it provides help to people with that initial investment. All right, so we help you with your $16,000, you pay it off over a period of time, and actually a lot of the states will determine the regs for it. But bottom line is you're not going to pay any more for your electric bill, and then at a period of time you will own your panels and your electric bill goes down 90%. So it's hard to not, I think the overwhelming majority of people think a concept like this makes sense.
There's no one who's spoken more forcefully about oligarchy in our society. I reflect sometimes that, it kind of, in certain ways, kind of started with John D. Rockefeller and the fact that you could control something as important as the energy that people required for their homes. What would it mean to have a world where everybody could access power for free from the sun?
I mean, just think about it. Number one, for the poorest people around the world who don't have access to electricity, it means they have all of the advantages that electricity brings. To people in the developed world, it means you don't have to pay an electric bill. It means that you can bring electricity to areas that are fairly isolated, that electricity, it's hard to get through. So having a increasingly inexpensive source of endless electricity is just an extraordinary development for humanity.
So let's talk about who might not like the idea that we can now get cheap power from the sun and the wind. If you think about it, it's not a very hard puzzle to figure out. The people who won't like it, don't like it, are fighting it, are people who own coal mines and oil and gas wells. Because all of a sudden, if we take seriously the need to make this transition, then the stuff they're sitting on is worth a lot less than it was yesterday. We don't really need it anymore. We don't need to be setting things on fire. So the oil and gas and coal lobby has been doing everything they can not to stop this transition. That's almost certainly impossible. At a certain point, just the sheer laws of economics will get it done. But to slow it down, to maintain as much of their business model as they can for as long as they can.
What is going on in this country now, in so many ways, including energy, is I mean, I use the word insane advisedly here, because when you have a technology that can substantially reduce carbon emissions and help us deal with the existential threat of climate change, and you have an administration that, against virtually every scientist who has studied the issue, doesn't even acknowledge the reality of climate change and is working overtime to increase carbon emissions, to give more tax breaks and subsidies to the billionaires who run the oil industry. If that is not a definition of insanity, I don't know what is. Why anybody, I mean, Trump has grandchildren. Why anybody would want to sacrifice the future of this planet so that the richest people in America can become richer is literally beyond my comprehension.
It's really scary to see someone undo so much work, especially when it's about jobs and workers. It's just insane, especially in red states where they were getting the priority of the IRA, you know? It's like shooting yourself in the foot. Hopefully across the country we can mobilize and fight back and take back the House and take back positions in our state houses that have a lot of power over these decisions so that we can have a fighting chance here.
Lo que está pasando en Estados Unidos pues tiene consecuencias bien significativas para Puerto Rico, porque realmente, aunque no somos un territorio no incorporado, ¿verdad? En otras palabras, somos una colonia de Estados Unidos, y pues siempre hemos visto cómo la colonia sufre con mayor crudeza los efectos. Pues somos la humanidad responsable de lo que está pasando, y nos toca de una manera u otra el poder arreglar todo esto que hemos hecho mal durante tanto tiempo.
Not only am I confident that the clean energy industry will survive, but it's going to thrive. When you think about just how complicated all of these, tax credits and local permitting and all these other things have become, all of this is going to get simplified, right? You're not going to need a CPA, an accountant, a lawyer, and all these other things just to be in this business. You're going to see just a huge movement of local people deciding that they're going to switch their careers to clean energy, and it's so exciting.
Pues para el Centro Buen Pastor, entonces que siga siendo, como decía nuestra fundadora, que Buen Pastor siga siendo como una luz para nuestro querido Puerto Rico, y que desde aquí pueda alumbrarse mucho y que muchas comunidades puedan recibir los servicios y se puedan potenciar.
It's sunny
every day. I don't care where you live, but you're always going to get sun, and you're always going to be using electricity, so why not try and make the best of it and save a little bit of money? Free energy.
In so many ways, from an energy perspective, from an economic perspective, from a healthcare perspective, what Trump stands for is not in any way, shape, or form what a majority of the American people want to see. And it's always important to have that. So you go out and you tell people, is climate change real? They say yes. Is solar a positive development helping us cut carbon emissions? Of course it is, overwhelming majority of the people. Do you think it's a good idea that you can save 80-90% in your electric bill? Are you kidding? Yeah, obviously.
The sun is the most charismatic object in our material universe. Though you can't look at it directly, it's just stunning to think about what it means. The sun gives us light, the sun gives us warmth, the sun gives us photosynthesis, and now the sun is willing to give us all the power that we could ever need. That's remarkable.
We live in a really dark time. I don't think there's any sense sugarcoating that. It's as dark a time as I ever remember. But there is this one light shining, literally, the light of the sun transmuted through these simple technologies that provide us with the energy that we need. That light's shining, and if we do our job, that light won't dim. It will just grow steadily stronger and stronger. That's our job now.
¿Quieres jugo?
Welcome back to our Climate Hub, the We Don't Have Time studio here at COP30 in Belém, Brazil. We are now turning our attention to a topic that might be overlooked a bit when it comes to climate, and that would be telecommunications. We all know that telecoms are essential. They're the digital lifelines of our world, and they're keeping people, businesses, and also nations, of course, connected. But what will the impact of climate change be on telecoms? And what can telecoms do in the field of climate action? Well, it turns out the telecom industry is already doing a lot. It's just not cutting its only emissions. That is really happening. But it's also learning how to build resilience into the very networks that keep our economies running. So as the impacts of climate change intensify, The resilience will define which companies can stay connected and thrive. So, with us here today, we have a great panel of experts in this field. As you can see, it's very windy. I don't know what's happening to my hair. Hope it's not too distracting for the audience here. We have a huge air conditioning unit behind us, and sometimes it just goes berserk. So I think that's what's just happened. So anyways, back to the topic here. We have wonderful guests here in the studio, one guest in the studio and a few guests in the Zoom studio. So I'd like to start by turning to Stephen Moore. You are head of climate action at GSMA, which is the Mobile Industry Association. And you are joining us via Zoom. And Stephen, lovely to have you with us on our studio and on our broadcast today.
Lovely to join you. Welcome from London.
You can hear me loud and clear. Excellent. So Stephen, being at GSMA, you have insight, of course, into mobile operators from all over the world. How would you say the industry is really doing when it comes to net zero and the journey towards net zero so far?
Yeah, the industry, the telecommunications industry globally has an ambition to be net zero by 2050 at the latest. So this is aligned with Paris and limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees. And since 2019, from the GSMA side, we've been supporting our members with setting voluntary science-based targets that are aligned to this pathway to net zero by 2050. And the good news is that actually 80 of our members, covering a majority of the industry and world's mobile connections, are committed to science-based targets. So that means halving their emissions by 2030. And we've seen good progress against this so far. We've started just in the last year actually to bend the emissions curve globally, which is quite an achievement given that there's been a huge rollout, particularly in new networks, for example, 5G, and there's been a massive increase in data traffic over recent years. Yet despite this, we're seeing emissions starting to come down. And this is really because there's been a huge effort into energy efficiency. So 5G is the most energy efficient network that we have yet created, and also renewable energy technologies. There's been a huge switch to renewable energy technologies as well, which is helping to drive down emissions.
Thank you, David. So what has been the most difficult for telcos to turn the commitments into action?
Yes, I think one of the most difficult things actually is having a clear, consistent and credible plan for a whole business in order to align around, in order to make kind of fulfill these commitments that have happened. So this is one of the things that we have looked at from the GSMA side over the last year, and that's to support our members around transition planning. So climate transition planning, effectively it's a roadmap. We've heard a lot of talk around roadmaps in Belém over the last week. So this is a roadmap really for a company to understand how to put into action these voluntary targets that have been committed to. We noticed actually that a number of our members had published climate transition plans, but there were slight differences between them. They were covering slightly different topics. So we developed with the industry a framework for climate transition planning. We launched it last month, and we've already seen 13 of our members commit to align their transition plans with that framework. And that will enable stakeholders to really understand how those companies are going to credibly address meeting their targets, and also address other things like the risks that are associated with adapting to a changing climate, governance, finance as well. All of these things are included in transition plans.
So Stephen, as climate impacts intensify, how are the telco operators making sure that you're resilient enough to keep the businesses running and the telecommunications open regardless of what happens?
I mean, this is really critical, as you can tell from the slight extreme weather event that was happening to you in where you are at the moment with the wind. Obviously, you can see that some operators are having to face this and protect their infrastructure increasingly because of flooding, because of storms, typhoons, etc. So because we are an infrastructure business, it's so important and relied upon really to make sure so many other things work as well. So we're seeing operators look at making infrastructure much more climate resilient, particularly to things like rising water levels, to things like much higher wind speeds, increasing heat. And that can also mean as well helping to develop early warning systems, which is so crucial. So we've seen a big initiative around the world to have early warning systems to not only protect infrastructure, but more importantly, protect life as well. And we're also seeing actually some of our members lean into making the sort of countries around them where they operate more resilient. So an example would be an operator in the Philippines helping to support the redevelopment and expansion of mangroves. So mangroves are a really important kind of first line of defense when you have, say, typhoons approaching. So there's a number of different ways in which members are helping to do this, but definitely a lot more that we can do in this space as well.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Stephen, and for sharing your insights on this topic. And we'll be right back with the panel. So let's now welcome the panelists for this session. With me here in the studio, I have Laura Fernandez-Cavas, your head of sustainability at Telefónica.
Yes.
Wonderful to have you. It's always nice to have a physical person in the studio, not only Zoom guests, which, well, Zoom guests are lovely too anyways, but you know what I mean. So Laura, you stay put and I'll introduce the other guests here. We have on Zoom Andrew Dunnett, Senior Vice President Sustainability E&. Welcome to the broadcast, Andrew. And also Carmen Nuzzo, Professor in Practice and the Executive Director of the TTPI Global Climate Transition Center. So welcome to our broadcast, Carmen. So I'd like to start with a question to you, Carmen. You're a transition planning expert. Please set the scene for us in this field.
Yeah, thanks, Katharina. Happy to. A credible transition plan isn't just about ambition. I'm happy that Stephen mentioned the word ambition, but it's really about converting that ambition into actions with concrete quantitative metrics, timelines, and transparency. So that's really turning the intention, if you will, into delivery. And let me the experience that I gained here from sitting at the TPI Global Climate Transition Center at the London School of Economics and Political Science. We are the academic partner of the TPI, the Transition Pathway Initiative, which is a global asset owner-led initiative. And we assess independently and rigorously countries, banks, and corporates on the progress that they make in the low carbon transition. So all our assessments are based on publicly available information because we do want to encourage companies to be transparent and accountable, and are available on our website, and encourage all of you to use them. They're, as I said, they're publicly available and they're extremely useful. So we assess companies on two dimensions. On the one side, we look at the pace at which companies decarbonize, they reduce their emission intensity, and whether their net zero targets are aligned with the Paris Agreement goals. On another dimension, we look at the governance, climate governance practices, if you will. And this is where we started to look more recently at the credibility of transition plans. We score companies on a ladder ranging from level 0 to level 5. Level 3 means that a company would be at a stage of integrating climate risks and opportunities in their operation, decision-making. Level 5 is where we see the first signs of actual transition planning implementation. And the key ingredients we're looking for are very simple. There are 5 of them, but they really go to the crux of the problem here. So we look at whether companies quantify the key element of their emissions reduction strategy, or whether a company clarifies the role the carbon offsets or other negative emissions technologies might play in their strategy. We look at whether they're decarbonizing capital expenditures in carbon intensive assets or products. And we also look at whether their new CapEx, their new capital expenditures, is aligned with their target goals. And finally, we look for consistency consistency between their policy position and the one that they may be adopting if they're a part of an industry association, so their lobbying activities.
Thank you
So
very
when
much.
it comes to actual telecommunication companies, I have some good news for you, because we analyzed out of the 2,000 companies across 24 sectors, 39 of these are telecommunication companies. They are large listed companies, and they fare quite better than the overall TPI universe. So 33%, let me give you some numbers, because coming from academia, this is what you would expect, but 33% of them score a level 4, meaning that they are at the level of embedding climate risks and opportunity in their strategic assessment. So, for example, they link executive remuneration to climate change, or they undertake scenario planning, or they disclose internal carbon pricing. These are quite sophisticated practices, and some are also beginning to score a level 5 at transition planning implementation. This is about 12.8%, far higher than the average TPI score. So the number of companies at level 4 are almost more than double the number of the TPI universe, and 12.8% at level 5 is higher than the 8.6% that we see for the 8.7 as a whole. There might be a number of reasons very quickly why this is the case. First of all, as I said, these are large listed companies, so they're heavily regulated and they face increased scrutiny from regulators and investors themselves. They're also data-driven organizations, so in a way, measuring and managing performance and energy consumption and digital infrastructure is kind of easier for them. But also, let me say that perhaps the direct emissions are lower than in other sectors, and the numbers are also more favorable in a way because improvements are visible. Stephen mentioned earlier the transition to renewables, so there is technology available there to decarbonize at a faster speed than in other sectors, and also improving network efficiency. So really, at the moment, we see a very positive story rather than a story of vulnerability. But I would say that it's a sector that, as you said at the beginning, Katarina, one needs to be watching out for, because the data-driven energy demand that is associated with big data centers is going to increase going forward.
Thank you, Carmen. Turning now to Andrew and Laura, I'm going to have you as the first. You two, the two of you work directly with the mobile operators, have set some very clear carbon targets. So what can you tell us about those targets?
So just Telefónica is a telco operator. We are a Spanish company, but we have a big footprint. We are, for example, here in Brazil is one of our main markets. Just to give some figures, because it's difficult if not, we have a long story nowadays in transition, because now we are talking a lot about the 10 years since the COP. In the Paris COP. So what I can say, for example, is that since 10 years ago in Telefónica and the whole group, that means in all the geographies where we have or have had a footprint in those 10 years, we have reduced 84.8% since the baseline in what we consider what we call direct emissions. That is what just depend on us, on the company. That's what we call the environmental people. We call it scope 1 and 2. But we are now mainly working at scope 3 because the value change in the case of the ICT sector has a very relevant story to work on in the last years, but mainly in the next one. So we are also working a lot in scope 3 emissions. We have been validated. We were the first company in the world to be validated by Science-Based Target in 2022, including this scope 3 emissions, because it's not so easy to try to think about how we are going to become net zero by 2040. That's our commitment, for example, in Telefónica. And as Stephen mentioned at the beginning, it's not just our story, it's a story that we have been repeated along the sector, so it's quite committed. We are not the only one working on this. What I can say, for example, in terms of on how to get this, we have a climate action plan publicly available if you want to check. But it's quite relevant to mention when we talk about within the climate action plan, we call them models, but I like to call them leverages. So how many leverages do we need to act on along the whole company to make climate decisions and to do this transition to reduce emissions. And within that climate action plan, we talk about the operational model. So like Stephen mentioned before, anything that is shut down of legacy technology, so where we come from in terms of technology and we are going to, that has worked a lot in energy efficiency along the years. We talk about the commercial model. We need to generate awareness in our clients, in companies, but also in consumers, to help them to make also decisions based on environmental topics, because that's going to help us too. We talk about the value chain model. We are working a lot. So we have a lot of plans in place, common with other peers, of course, with the sector, with associations, so that we can put together solutions for suppliers, mainly when they are common ICT sector suppliers, for example. So we try to work jointly. We talk about the financial model. So we do issue green bonds, for example. So there are a lot of leverages that companies are activating so that we can reach, in our case, that 2040, that it's a long time from now, but not so much if we want to reach the numbers.
Well, thank you very much, Laura. Turning now to Andrew. What can you tell us about how you work with the targets, please?
Thank you. Well, it's great to join you, and thanks to GSMA for their leadership, as always, in this space and the reports that they do. There was one on circularity earlier the year, which was really helpful, and you know, I applaud Telefonica. I mean, they led this and have done so for 10 years in our industry, in our sector. They have made great progress. I think it's impossible to do my job without a climate transition plan. You know, I mean, you set some big audacious goals for 2030, 2040, 2050, maybe. You've got to be able to have a plan where you can simply outline to a management board who are not experts in environmental policy or climate change to understand how we're going to get to the externally listed targets that we put out there. So I think the report is great because it makes that case. Maybe if I just sort of illustrate that. What does it mean to me? We did a climate, we set targets, we're behind Telefonica in terms of, we're a younger company in terms of our growth trajectory. So we really started this in 22, 23, we baselined in 22, we set targets in 23, we published a climate transition plan in 24, we re-baselined our numbers to check our 22 numbers are accurate, and obviously we found one or two issues in that, as everyone does this year, and we externally assured this year. So that's our journey. But the plan is critical because I can go into any board meeting and say, look, we've committed to a 43% reduction in the United Arab Emirates, where we're domiciled, by 2030. 100% reduction in UAE, a 43% reduction across the group. And I know exactly how we're going to do that. 80% is around renewable energy, how we purchase renewable energy across the group. So the climate transition plan has a plan for every market in which we operate and how they're going to hit that 80% target of renewable energy. 15% is stationary combustion. So connecting our networks to the network to the grid, which is absolutely critical. Funnily enough, people get most excited by electric vehicles. It's 3%. It's great. It's a nice thing to see, but it's not actually going to move the dial in terms of our overall target. And then when you come to scope 3, which is what Telefonica are really working on at the moment, we've set a 25% as our first target for 2030. There are 3 ways we'll do that. Number 1, we reduce combustion in 1 and 2, which will contribute to our scope 3. Number 2, our top 6 suppliers are critical to working with to enable us to hit our targets. If they hit their target, we'll go a long way to hitting our target. And thirdly, we have 2 investments. 1, Vodafone, great trajectory in this area. If they hit their target, that will contribute to us. And Mobily, an investment in Saudi, if they hit their targets, that will make us around about 6-7% reduction in there. So I think the plan is critical because if you can't explain it simply to the management team, to the finance director, to the technology team who are buying the equipment that we've just talked about that has all the impact, then you can't really do your job. I don't know how to put it more bluntly than that. It's very difficult to do your job in the jobs that we do unless you've got that plan in front of you. It will change. We're reviewing ours 2 years in next year. Why do we want to review it 2 years in? The changes in the energy markets and the fact that nuclear is coming on stream significantly in our region, our part of the world. So we need to factor those things in. But I think you have to have a plan that you can review every 24 months and check where you are against it.
Thank you, Andrew. So Lauren, when it comes to resilience, climate resilience, both in terms of physical impacts and also the broader transition to a low carbon economy, what can you say about this? Because this is really also a very important part of the puzzle, right?
Yes, adaptation. So we've been talking a lot in the last decades, I would say, about what is the mitigation of climate change, how we can manage to reduce the emissions to the atmosphere. Now we are also trying to put in place, not we the companies, but all the ecosystem is trying to put in place. What about the resilience? What about the adaptation of the climate change? So how are you planning to act in advance if you are assuming that at some point you're going to have some issues related with climate extreme events, let's say. In this action plan that I was mentioning, one of the models that we talk about is the adaptation model. One of the things that company has to do, I will try to explain it like very simplified, is to try to put in place by computers, not by people, but try to put in place the assets that we have where they are physically located one by one, and there are thousands, more than thousands, with these IPCC scenarios that they are projecting, and where it's more probable that floods come, for example, or that issues like any kind of environmental issue that can be an extreme weather event can happen in that place. So what we do is that we put those maps in place at the same time and try to check which ones of our assets are going to be impacted in the coming years. And that is part of the job of the companies to try to work on resilience. That's what it means when we talk about working in resilience.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Laura. Turning now back to Carmen, could you briefly talk a little bit about what's next for transition planning, Carmen?
Yeah, sure. It's been fascinating to listen to the discussion. And Laura, congratulations, because I was just checking on the website. Actually, Telefonica ranks number 5 on our score ladder, which is great. It's really going back to the point I made earlier. How do you turn this ambition into action? The test, echoing a bit what Andrew said earlier, is it's for the institutional capacity and the economic foresight that a company has in place. So we really need quantitative metrics, especially metrics related to capital expenditures, the investment plans, but more importantly, also the funding that comes with that. How is this feasible? Is it from a financial perspective? And also if the plans is resilient to political and market shifts. So it's not about one person job. It's really about having the whole company on board, from the board level all the way to the grassroots supports that need to be nurtured, meaning that the CFO, the chief financial officer, has to be brought into the game here, not just the sustainability team, because these are figures and board members that may not, as Andrew said, necessarily have the technical knowledge to understand climate change risks and opportunities, have to be equipped with the right skills to take the right decision. And finally, I would also say it's about transparency and the recognition that these transition plans are dynamic. They can change along the time. And Andrew mentioned the word journey. It's not a one-off exercise or a ticking box exercise. Things change, the environment changes, and these transition plans need to be adaptable. And so having that conversation, especially with the funding partners, the investors that I'm very close with as part of the work that we do here at the TPI Center, is very important, because they can accompany companies along these journeys. And if targets are met, are missed, there might be a good reason for it. But explaining what the remedial strategy is as important as having the transition plan in place.
Thank you, Carmen. Turning now back to Stephen. You've been waiting for a while. Sorry about that. I'd like to hear your perspective on what the telco industry really can share to other industries and also to policymakers from the learnings that you've done from this journey. And because we do have a lot of people watching this that are not from the telco industry. So the transition that you've achieved, all the reductions that are quite substantial, what can other policymakers and industries learn, please?
Sorry, I was on mute. What I've been struck by actually since I started working on this program back in 2019 was just the willingness to collaborate on this topic, really, from companies around the world. So there are obviously different specific challenges that they face in different countries, but there are a lot of commonalities. And there's a real willingness actually to share what they're doing. Some are not only the best practice side of it, look how well we're doing on this, but also really some of the struggles and anxieties. We've run kind of climate therapy sessions with our members actually to talk through some of the challenges so they have an opportunity and a safe space to share them, which has worked really well actually. We've also kind of lent into this slightly clumsy word of co-opetition. So there's both collaboration, but also some competition at the same time, which has really worked because I think, our members want to work together, but they also want to be leaders. Many of them. We have 2 leaders here, very much in terms of what Telefónica's done, but also what EAND has done as well in terms of the climate transition plan, is really leading in many ways. So I'd say those are some of the key elements that have helped to make what we do working collaboratively with the industry a success so far. And I think we can see that. I mean, it's great to hear some of the stats from Carmen actually around how we're showing up on climate transition planning. We can see that feeding through in terms of the data, and we're very keen on tracking that from the GSMA side as well, because we want to understand and be able to communicate what we're doing against this net zero ambition. We want to have our own kind of industry stock take so that we understand, how fast we're going and, where we need to perhaps accelerate in some areas or give more support.
Well, thank you very much indeed for that intervention, Stephen. And also thank you, Andrew, Carmen, and Laura. The session is unfortunately running out. There is so much more that you could have shared, but we have limited time on the broadcast, as always. So people can find more information on your website, on the GSMA web page, of course, and on the different organizations that you represent, because what you do is truly inspiring. And thank you for joining us and giving us this inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located. Global temperatures rise. The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
So when we talk about greenhouse gases, we tend to focus on carbon dioxide as the main challenge, and fair enough. But of course, we know there are other greenhouse gases out there, and they can be even more powerful molecule for molecule than carbon dioxide. One of the most significant is the super pollutant methane. It's about 80 times more potent than CO2 as a climate warmer, over, however, a very short period of time. But it's also responsible perhaps about a third of the warming the world is experiencing now. So methane is a big problem, but it also offers big opportunities to buy more time. And that's a precious commodity, all of its own. So scaling up action to cut methane is a big fixture of COP30. And the big question here is, can carbon markets lend a hand? And the answer seems to be yes, because new methodologies have been delivered and developed covering methane emissions, for example, cattle rearing and rice production. And we're going to look at the opportunities, but also be mindful of the risks and perhaps the limits of what methane credits can and should deliver. But they're here and they're worth talking about. So with me on stage is Ingmar Rentzhog. He's the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. Ingmar, last year at COP27 in Baku, we launched the Buy More Time campaign. It's about addressing methane emissions, so tell us what it is all about.
I mean, if you look at what's needed to be done in decarbonization, we need to cut emission in half, and how it's going. It's not going. We're not going to make it if we only focus on carbon dioxide. We don't have the speed of change. We have a lot of things happening, a lot of progress in clean energy and everything, but we also have those that are working against change that do their utmost to slow us down, and in many cases they don't succeed with stopping it, but they succeed with slowing us down. And physics can't, I mean, we can't negotiate with the nature. Nature doesn't care if we want more time. I mean, the climate will go bananas if we're not doing this fast enough. So for COP29, there was really despair in the climate movement, because if you don't see a way forward, what's the point of doing it? People were starting to feel very depressed, giving up, etc., etc. And myself, I was kind of, this is not good at all. I mean, many people didn't acknowledge that 1.5 degree target is probably, I mean, we can get back there, but we will overshoot. That was kind of, people still didn't really say that outspoken, not so many anyway. It's different today. But when I heard about, actually we started to work with UNEP Clean Air Coalition, and you did a lot of interesting talks around the topic of methane, and I just saw that this is the solution. Because methane is much more powerful, much more potent, 80 times more powerful when carbon dioxide. But what is untapped potential and not talked about and not even measured in the right way is that it is so much more short-lived. And if you see how things are working in the kind of emission trading system, how you measure emission, what have been done previously is that all emission has been recalculated to carbon dioxide equivalents. And you just take, okay, methane is more powerful, so you take, you multiply 1 ton with 80 and you suddenly have 80 ton of carbon dioxide. And you do the same with all other super pollutants and all other greenhouse gases. And you totally ignore the fact that those gases have different life length in the atmosphere. And this is really crazy. I'm a finance guy, and I also am a mathematician in my background. You can't just ignore the time dimension, because methane is like 12 to 14 years. And carbon dioxide, we talk about 1,000 years until it disappears from the atmosphere. So what this all means, if we focus on not removing, but avoiding to emit methane, it will only take some more than a decade until the methane is gone forever from the atmosphere. And this means, if you calculate it, that we can cool the planet with as much as 0.5 degrees. If we are avoiding all human-caused methane. That's of course hard, but I mean, we can avoid a lot. The technology exists, so it's doable. And if we do that, we will avoid all those tipping points, because we give more time to do the decarbonization. So that was the campaign we launched at COP29, and I'm very glad that this is something many more are speaking to today. But it's also a big problem, and that's in the geopolitics at COP29. I mean, most countries had really hard time to agree on the decarbonization targets, phasing out fossil fuel, because if you're a fossil fuel company, you really don't want to sign your own kind of, I want to cease to exist. Not many companies want to do that.
Yeah.
But I mean, fossil fuel companies, they are not, methane for them is just a byproduct. So even them can agree on it. And in fact, many oil companies have methane targets, avoidance targets. So, and then I think it's almost 100 countries that have signed halving methane emission, etc., etc. So the politics to move in this direction seemed much more, higher.
They're higher now than they were before,
Exactly.
But I think, Ingmar,
US have become...
we need to wrap up here and just see a little video that you made.
Before we do that, since then, the geopolitics has changed, and the US are not advocating for decreasing methane emission. We even had them on a show in Baku. Now they are bullying European Union to cancel their own methane targets. So they just totally give up on this. And in order to explain this solution, we made an advocacy film to explain why is methane an important solution. I think we can watch it now.
Yeah, I think we can watch that now. Can we play the film, please?
This is the climate crisis today. We're kind of leaning backwards. And the more emission we put up there, the more we're leaning it. But we can still do this, right? The problem, if we pass 1.5 degree, and we're very near, we're kind of there, but if we stay there and we just keep going up, there is a big, big risk of hitting a tipping point. And when we hit a tipping point, this share will be very, very hard to put back up. So this is what we must avoid for the climate. And we have a cure for this. The only thing we need in order to make it is more time. We need to buy more time. And now we feel the resistance from the politicians. But when we're up here, they will not resist the green transition because the green transition are the majority. So the policy will change when the technology changes, but we need more time. So how can we get more time? The problem with carbon dioxide, when we emit it, it will go up. And it will stay up there for up to 1,000 years. Maybe we can kind of try to remove it, but it looks kind of hard to do it, very expensive. Methane is another greenhouse gas. It's a very common greenhouse gas. It's the second biggest contributor to global warming. And there's a big difference between methane and carbon dioxide. When we release this, it comes down again. On average 12 years. It's a big difference between 1,000 years, 12 years. So the solution here is that we need to stop emit methane. And if we do that, we can actually reverse global warming with up to 0.5 degrees. That is the time we need to do everything else, because we still need to stop the carbon dioxide. So this is great news. And where does this methane come from? This is one of the sources. Bananas. Waste, food waste. 20% of methane emission comes from waste. But guess what? When I arrived here this morning, I took the bus, and the bus in Sweden, in Stockholm, are powered with bioenergy. We don't emit hardly any methane from waste. So other countries can do the same. 35% from methane comes from the fossil fuel industry. And this is a lot of emission that is really easy to fix. It's just fix the pipe. Cows are burping 4 times every 5 minutes. Agriculture adds up to 40% of the methane emissions. Many companies working on this, where you have a food additive, and you give that to the cows, and they burp up to 80% less. So what do we need? We need to look at the fridge. All the fridges we had when I was a kid were powered by a dangerous gas. And when that was released up in the air, it was destroying the ozone layer. If we hadn't fixed it, we will not be able to walk outside today and show naked skin. But we're not doing that, because the industry, the manufacturers of the fridges, the chemical companies, and bold world leaders met in Montreal, where they decided to ban freons, phase it out, put the funding behind it, and today we have perfectly fresh food and we don't use freon anymore. Isn't it great? It saved humanity once, so we can do it twice. And there is one more thing. This year, in March, there was a new satellite launched that is called the Methane satellite. And it will measure open data where we have emission from methane, leakage, and we will know exactly where we need to fix the problem. We don't have that for any other climate gases, but we have it for methane. So a legal system, some funding, and the data is everything we need. And this is what BuyMoreTime is all about. We can do this.
Great, thanks. That's a good kind of explanation video on how we deal with methane, why we should deal with it. Look, as a follow and a quick answer here on this, Ingmar, We Don't Have Time is launching methane credits. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so as I said before, some countries are now moving in the wrong direction. And we need this solution to happen. We can't wait for the United States to get back on track or whatever. So that's why we are launching methane avoidance credits that we are sourcing with help of gold standards and other standards. So companies can cool the planet. Instead of focus on carbon, they can do it with methane. That cool the planet. And what we do is half of the money we use for advocacy and the other half we are doing the funneling into the action on the ground. Okay. Because we need to do both. We can't wait for advocates, for the politics to catch up.
Okay, all right. So in the studio, we've got some terrific guests. We've got Sandeep Roy Chowdhury, is that correct? Co-founder and director of VNV, that's Value Network Ventures. Great to see you. Margaret Kim, CEO of the Gold Standard Foundation. Very happy to see you too. Ingmar staying with us. And on the magic of Zoom, we've got Robert Kelly. He's Air and Climate Business Development Director at Suez. Great to see everybody there. Margaret, let's turn to you. Yeah. Could you maybe explain what the Gold Standard is? Because there's a lot of organizations that do something similar, but not as well as you do. Let's put it that way.
Thank you for having me, and thanks for that kind introduction. For those of you who are not familiar with Gold Standard, we're a global standard setting body created by WWF and like-minded NGOs to ensure that every climate action has a high environmental integrity and contributing to maximized impact in sustainable development areas. So we've been operating for 20 years, certifying over more than 4,000 projects in more than 100 countries. So we're here to really ensure, set the standard, make sure we certify and support the project developers to deliver that climate action on the ground in a credible way.
Okay, and obviously methane is coming along. You've got methodologies now for rice, you've got methodologies for cattle rearing. So methane seems to be having its moment now. Is it because people are waking up to the benefits of methane, that it could be the emergency brake over the next 5 years, say, and longer, and that, you know, we need credible credits on this topic?
So I think, yes, we don't have time, and I think that's coming down really strong on everyone. And methane is one of the fastest way to slow the warming, and it's 80 times more potent than the carbon in trapping heat. So I think there's increasing demand and interest in investing into methane projects. And we already have 9 active methodologies across agriculture, like you said, rice methodology, livestock, we have series of methodologies there, waste management, even clean cooking, looking at capturing, avoiding methane. So I think there's a lot of, we're seeing growing interest from the demand side, but also growing supply of projects and ideas that are coming through. And to date, we've already reduced 500,000 tons through these methodologies. So we're looking to see that pipeline grow and action grow on the ground.
Well, I hope you inform the Brazilians of all these so that, you know, they've got a lot of cattle, so it would be good. I don't know how much rice they have in Brazil, but they've got a lot of cattle, let's put it on. Okay, Sandeep, your organization, Value Network Ventures, develops projects that generate carbon credits, like those that the gold standard may verify. What can you tell us about the projects you work with, particularly those addressing methane?
Yeah, I think we realized that we didn't have time probably in 2010. So, and the very fact that we're still here saying we don't have time, yeah, it's something that needs work on. And I think we started with rice. I mean, I come from India. We grew a lot of rice there. And generally in Asia, we have like, I don't even know how many billions of tons of rice that we grow. So it was very important for us to look at how smallholders can also contribute to methane abatement. And methane not just being restrictive to larger industry level discussions, which it typically was till about 2014. So I think from our perspective, we needed to work with methane with rice, because it was also an adaptation part for the smallholder farmers with the water management. Water is not, it's becoming more and more precious as we move every year. So it was more from a perspective of how can we work with water, and methane actually became a derivative of it. But now it seems like methane is the actual thing that we should be working on. So yes, I mean, something that we've been doing, we are in our 9th year right now, and we're looking at, we already work with about 300 to 400,000 hectares of rice. We're taking that up to about 1 million hectares of rice across 7 countries in Asia. And Asia is going to be quite a big, has to be part of this whole methane solution.
What percentage of the methane emissions going to the atmosphere coming from rice paddy fields?
I don't have the exact numbers, but I think it's anywhere in the range of a quarter to about 25 to 28% is what I'm told. But that science is not something that I have.
Yeah, that's okay, but it's significant.
That was what I was told. It's significant.
It is significant when we look at it.
And it is going to grow more and more. Food security is not going away. Populations are increasing. We have to grow our food more sustainably, and they have to be part of the methane solution.
Right. And these farmers are getting some money through the credit system, so they're getting help, as it were, for their livelihoods, and the world is getting less methane emissions.
It does. I mean, we're talking about smallholder farmers whose probably annual incomes are less than $500. You know, so an increment of about, what we see is an increment of about $40 to $50 per year on this. This is not insignificant. It's about 10 to 12% of their annual income. It really helps. And also the water saving, which is directly proportional to time spent pumping water, which is also expensive.
Good point. Let's go to our friend with Suez. Robert.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Where are you coming in from?
Paris, France.
It's probably a bit cooler there than it is here.
I can imagine, yes.
We're having global warming sort of in our face every day here. Robert, Suez works in water and waste management. And what is the relationship with these sectors and methane?
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned greenhouse gases other than CO2, and we've been focusing on methane, but there are others such as nitrous oxide, each associated with particular industrial sectors. So in the waste management sector, methane is a byproduct. For example, fugitive emissions coming from landfilling operations. The landfill gas is on average 50% methane. But I think two of the messages I'm hearing here this afternoon is, number one, in order to have progress, it begins with measurement. It begins with understanding what are the emissions coming, not from just theoretical emission factors, because yes, those are useful to a certain extent, but to make real progress, we have to get down to a more granular site-specific level. And we partnered with Gold Standard to develop methodologies to allow us a bottom-up approach of in situ measurement of greenhouse gases, including methane, nitrous oxide, on the ground at industrial facilities, so we can develop, again, much more granular action plans on a site-specific basis to make real progress. And that helps also in carbon markets, because it gives us methodologies to demonstrate that we're delivering on our commitments, to showing tangible improvements, and that we're actually implementing what we're saying, what we're promising to do. And that ties in just very quickly to the second message, is that solutions do exist today to reduce methane emissions, particularly in the waste management sector. Green landfilling with modern landfilling approaches where we capture the landfill gas emissions and we put those to beneficial use to produce green electricity, or we divert organic fraction, reduce the organic fraction that we're sending to landfill, and we use those in specific methanization projects, again, where we're harvesting the methane and putting it to beneficial use rather than just letting it emit to atmosphere.
And water, people don't often think about water, but actually water can be a big source of methane, can't it? If it's wastewater, treatment works, but also in hydroelectric dams, actually, from the rotting of forests and other things. But maybe that's going a bit too far. But certainly wastewater has a big methane fraction that's worth capturing,
Yeah, we're working on projects literally every day around the world in the wastewater sector. Utilities are more and more engaged on this, and the biosolids that are collected from wastewater processing, again, can be harvested as a fuel to produce methane and to put it to beneficial use rather than simply losing it to atmosphere. And also nitrous oxide, which is, again, even a more powerful greenhouse gas, 300 times global warming potential versus CO2, is specifically emitted from the biological treatment of wastewater. So it's a real challenge that we're working on with many utilities today.
So at the moment, I get the sense that methane credits are a relatively small part of the market. Is that correct? But there is an opportunity here to maybe scale those up much more and contribute to more methane abatement. Clearly, they have to be in sectors where it's not so easy, right, to actually just normally get rid of the methane. It's to incentivize extra work, let's put it that way, to get methane out of the system. Is that correct?
And I think in that, governments play a tremendous role in creating that enabling environment for the private sector to drive these projects and investments. At COP26, 150 governments pledged under the Global Methane Pledge. That's aiming to reach 30% reduction by 2030. And many governments since then have been putting in place national action plans. So I think if we sort of connect the dots, the ambition is there, the will is there, and on the ground technology and solutions are already available. So how do we connect that dot? And I think that's where carbon market and methane credits or methane driven methodologies will really come in handy in bridging that financial and implementation gap. So I'm quite hopeful, and we're seeing the growth in our pipeline moving in that direction.
One last question just generally, and I'll come to you, Ingmar, because I know you want to say something, is there are no methane methodologies for the oil and gas industry. Is that because their methane emissions are things they should be fixing anyway without incentives?
I think there's one oil well methodology with gold standard, but I need to double check.
Okay,
but I do think there is an intention to explore those opportunities and structures.
Okay. Ingmar, do you want to say something?
I mean, one thing that needs to be said, and that's really got me fired up about this, is it's the value for money. If you compare the cost of avoid methane compared to removing carbon, direct air capture of carbon, it's like a fraction. So you get so much more bangs for the bucks, because the reason you remove carbon from the atmosphere is to cool the planet. The reason you avoid methane is to cool the planet. I don't say we shouldn't remove carbon, but we should acknowledge that the carbon removal market, you have so many contracts that are paid, but it's not delivered. of all the paid contracts for carbon removal, it's just a few percent that has been delivered. If you invest in methane avoidance, there is projects like we have here on stage that will deliver today, not 10, 20 years from now. And this is a crisis we need to act on today. Of course, we need to develop cheaper and better carbon removal, but methane is really good methodology we can focus on here and now, and it's very, very efficient.
Just coming on
if I could
yes, come in.
just pick up
yes,
on,
please do.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with what Ingmar says, and definitely we're working on projects that are delivering return on investment very short. It's some in less than a year, because there is a lot of value out there, and we've been encouraged by the interest in industrial site operators to move from snapshot type measurement campaigns, now growing interest in real-time surveillance systems for greenhouse gas emissions, and using that for dynamic operational strategies. And I think that's really encouraging, and it's coming along with innovation in as new low-cost sensors become available for measuring methane more economically, being able to put dense networks of instrumentation on industrial sites. Definitely encouraging, and we're seeing the level of ambition moving in the right direction.
Much here. We're just running out of time. So I want to give the last question to you. I'm sorry that we haven't come back to you. I do apologize, but we know it's tight right now. Quick question, really. COP30, what's it going to do for the methane credit market?
I do see methane as part of a bigger sort of GHG sort of carbon markets, because it already has a place there. So, and I am seeing very positive signals across the board from compliance and voluntary in moving and scaling the carbon markets and different partners working together. So I do hope that trend impacts methane and more specifically the sustainable benefits that go to these communities. Right. So I'm quite hopeful that we are addressing some of the urgencies that previous speakers talked about.
So I want to say thank you to all the guests. It's wonderful to have a living example from the developing world. My girlfriend always says, why do you call it the developing world? I said, well, the UN calls it the developing world, but maybe the less rich world is maybe, I don't know how to frame this anyway, the global south. There are some poor places in the global north as well, but nobody ever mentions those, Turkmenistan or Uzbekistan or whatever. Yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly. But then to also have a large company like Suez also, so it shows the breadth of the possibilities here. Great work that the Gold Standard is doing. And Ingmar, these carbon methane credits that you were talking about, how do people buy them? If they want
it's really new, and we are looking for businesses and organizations that wants to buy those credits, but we're also looking for suppliers that can make the methane go away. So if you have one of those needs, reach out to We Don't Have Time, and you will find us on the website.
I think we're trying to walk the talk as well as just talk about it. Anyway, okay, thanks very much, everybody. That was very helpful. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye now.
We're here at the Planetary Science Pavilion, where scientists and negotiators get together to discuss the best path for COP30. And I'm here with Marina Irota, who is an Earth systems expert from Instituto Serrapilheira, and it's great to have Marina here. And this morning, she introduced a scientific document that was produced by a committee that the COP30 presidency commissioned to inform the negotiations with the best available science. So Marina, thank you for joining us. Can you tell me, what is this committee? How did it come together? And what the main findings are?
So the COP presidency put Thomas Krug in charge of the committee, and then she selected different people from different parts of Brazil and different parts of the world. And then we were 11 scientists talking about major scientific findings to really inform COP presidency about the state of the art of what we have to base the negotiations that we have ahead.
And what are the main findings in this document? So Ambassador Correa do Lago received this. What is he reading now?
So first of all, it's really important to keep the target of 1.5, although we're very close to crossing it. It's a limit that can cause different implications for society and nature in general and for governments consequently. So the first thing is 1.5, and then if we overshoot 1.5, what can happen? What are the impacts that we can expect? So the more we warm the planet, the more implications we have. So more heat waves, droughts, flooding, and disasters consequently. And then after that, we thought about, okay, what if we cross 1.5? What are the subsystems in the Earth system that can cross tipping points? And of course, it's really important to think about forests in general, especially the Amazon, but also the cryosphere, the ice caps we have in the world, the permafrost, so the oceans, different components of the Earth system. And then if we cross, what are the strategies we have to have in terms of adaptation to adapt or to change, and mitigation to change what we already emitted, to have like negative emissions? So what are the solutions?
Okay, so there's 1.5, there's the risk of overshooting, there are the tipping points. What else is in this document?
So also CDR strategies, how to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and very importantly, the financial mechanisms to all these modifications, to all these transformations we need. And one last thing that was really important is the vulnerable people and the justice that has to be applied in all of these components, like adaptation strategies, mitigation strategies, and also especially the adaptation strategies, the mitigation strategies, and the vulnerable people involved in all these transitions. So the justice behind this.
Okay, so there's this scientific document outlining all these things, and the negotiators get this and read it. What are the top 3 things that they could do here at COP in order to avoid these risks and maximize the benefits of climate action?
I think one of the things we pose in the document is phasing out fossil fuels very importantly, and also speed up all the transformations like the renewables, the energy transformations we need. I think this is one. Second, and very, very, very important, is implementation. So how do we implement this in time? How do we take actions? How we need to act now, because we are already surpassing everything. And third, I think very importantly, is who is paying the bill in terms of the financial mechanisms, and also who is paying the bill in terms of vulnerability. What are the people more vulnerable and suffering more? And most of the times they are the ones who didn't emit anything. So how we handle all these things. So I think these are things that have to be on the table based on what we talked in the committee.
Perfect. And so you talked about fossil fuel phase out. And a lot of times I think there's misunderstanding out there. People are like, oh, look at this crazy scientists and environmentalists saying we need to end fossil fuels now. Can you explain, does it need to happen now? What does the process of phasing out fossil fuels look like?
I think it depends on where you are, because the realities of different countries and within different countries are very different. So it's not that tomorrow, if in an ideal world, it would be great to phase out fossil fuels tomorrow, but it's not how it happens. We really need structure. We really need alternatives to overcome everything that fossil fuels now have in our lives. So it's not like this. It requires strategy, it requires planning, and it requires like funding to really make this become a reality, but in different places and throughout a process that can start now, but we have to start now.
And how long can this process last? Like it starts now, but do you need to do it in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? What's the timeline for phasing out fossil fuels in order to stay in the limits that science has identified as safer for us?
So what we know now is that in 5 to 10 years, we are going to reach 1.5, and 1.5 is a threshold. So it has to be fast. Ideally, if we start now, we could think about the next at least 10 years, depending on where you are, because some countries can do it faster, some countries will be slower, but we have to start it now anyways. But, you know, it depends on where you are, I guess.
And how could COP contribute to agreeing on what countries go fast and how this phase out happens?
I think it's really important because the negotiators will be here and they are the ones making the decision. So if science comes into the equation, they can think about everything we have and they can negotiate, thinking also in the economic factors, into all the realities of the countries. But I think it's important to bring people together, to convene people together in person to really talk about the solutions we need and the transformations we need.
And regarding the phase out, what is the choice negotiators have, right? So they're looking at, right, the scientific evidence, they're looking at the economy of their countries. What are the trade-offs they're considering and what the science tells them needs to happen?
I think they have to make an accountability of development and everything that backs up stability in the planet. And I think it's a very, very hard decision to make. But we do have technologies now that really propose solutions in a way that we can continue developing, because I think that's important. But also take into account everything that makes the planet stable. So we cannot forget this, otherwise loss and damage will be so higher that even the most developed country will have lots and lots and lots of problems and damage.
So it seems like phasing out fossil fuels is kind of like a must-have. It's about how we get there, but it needs to happen, and it needs to happen fast.
I think that's why this COP is so important. It has been important already, but we have a very small window of opportunity. So we really need to start taking actions in a very short period. That's why for me it's very critical to be here and very critical to participate in this time and within the negotiations happening at the moment.
Okay, so my final question. You talked about the panel offering these recommendations about carbon dioxide removal. What is carbon dioxide removal, and is it something we can really count on?
Carbon dioxide removal is another way of extracting, of removing CO2 from the atmosphere. So we have mitigation strategies or restoration, different strategies, but carbon dioxide removals are technologies that really do something that the mitigation strategies don't do. So it's a separate component in the carbon budget. And the thing is that we do have today strategies or technologies that can extract carbon, but they're very expensive. And even if when they are cheaper, they're not scalable. So we are not totally prepared yet to talk about this as a solution. But because it's expensive for a scalable solution, and it's cheap, but it's not scalable. So it's a trade-off between scalability and funding and funding. So it's really hard to rely on this at the moment, although people are working towards increasing the technology to really propose new solutions. But still, we are not there yet, and we have to work on this to become something feasible.
And could people say, like, all right, so we can relax, we can let the fossil fuels burning for a little longer because at some point these technologies are going to be cheaper and they're going to take out all these gases from the atmosphere and store, and everything is going to be okay. Is that something people can think about?
Not really, because there are different components of the emissions. So if we think about, okay, let's just relax, we are emitting already, But even though we are extracting, we are removing, we are emitting on the other side. So what we have to think about now is removing from all the sides possible. It's not feasible in terms of development, but we have to think about all these components. So it's not laying back and only waiting for everything to be technological and sustainable. We have to take actions individually and in different governance levels to really make it work. So we have to act together.
Perfect. And because time is of essence here at COP30, I will let Marina go and go tell all the negotiators of the science, of the messages we've heard here. There's no time to waste. Phasing out fossil fuels is a must. It's hard, but it needs to happen. It needs to happen in the next 10, 20 years. And also ending deforestation and exploring all the possibilities and technologies to make sure that we keep the world as safe as possible, keep people that are impacted safer, protect the economies, and build a new future. So thank you very much, Marina, and off you go to help save the world. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, João.
Welcome to the Nature Positive Dialogues, a special series of interviews and panels broadcast as part of the We Don't Have Time series in partnership with the Nature Positive Initiative here at COP30 in Belém. And I'm delighted to be joined by Ingrid Coetzee, who is Director of Biodiversity, Nature and Health at ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability. Welcome, Ingrid. So, Ingrid, we hear often this statistic that well over half of the global population lives in cities and urban areas. Could you perhaps express to us a bit about what's the implication of that for nature and for the nature positive transition?
It's huge. I mean, another statistic is this one that globally, more than 50% of GDP is to some extent dependent on nature. And if you think that almost 80% of global GDP is generated in cities, you can understand the sort of vastness of the problem. I think at the ground level, one of the big problems of urbanization and unchecked urban growth on nature and on biodiversity is the loss of intact ecosystems, also the fact that many of the resource demands of cities are very extractive. And if we don't do it in a way that is nature positive and takes ecosystems and biodiversity into consideration, it can very quickly lead to huge problems, problems of floodings because mangroves have been destroyed. But on the other hand, besides being drivers of biodiversity loss, the other side of that coin is that often cities are innovators of solutions in terms of using nature and working with nature and planning with nature.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've just come here. We're in Belém, of course, for COP30, and that's hot on the heels of C40 Cities, the World Mayors Summit in Rio de Janeiro. Can you maybe list out a few ideas of how critically cities and local governments can help lead the transition to a nature positive future that's also good for people and good for the climate?
So there are a number of ways. So in the experience of ICLEI working with around 3,000 cities in 125 countries globally over 3 decades, one of the ways that we've seen is at the level of planning. So planning, land use and spatial planning are very important tools. The second one is, for example, looking at the use of ecosystem-based approaches or nature-based solutions to address urban challenges such as flooding, heat island effect, cooling, etc., as a first port of call instead of just going for a grey solution. I think a third one is really the whole point of bringing in very innovative mechanisms to help fill that finance gap. Cities often have limited financial resources, and what we're seeing more and more is that cities are going for blended finance opportunities or public-private partnerships, even venturing into things like green bonds. We have a case in point in Africa, for example, where a relatively small city, a coastal city, has a peatland, a wetland, that has been really ravaged by flooding and fires, what we call veld fires. And they have, through the UNEP ICLEI Generation Restoration Project. They got a bit of catalytic funding to restore the peatland. And that, in a sense, was a catalyst for the private sector to start investing in small, medium enterprises, but also attracting global interest for a biodiversity credit. So these are some of the sorts of things that cities are starting to do, actually.
So lots of amazing innovation and great work happening. What would you say are some of the biggest challenges to scaling those solutions and ideas? And also what would be some critical enablers that we need to happen?
I think probably the biggest problem is the one that I mentioned now, the access to funding. Not many cities have the ability to generate revenue. They're dependent on central government, but also the fact that they have they don't have direct access to global funds. I know that the Jeff is working on making that more accessible to cities. Capacity is a huge problem. So cities have great ideas, wonderful ideas, and they have got concepts, but they lack the capacity to develop these into a pipeline of bankable projects that will attract investors. Another one is the question of data. Huge problem. They don't have, the University of Pennsylvania under the Generation Restoration Project did a very interesting assessment. They came out with a report on the whole notion of how nature-based solutions are used at the city level and how they get them into the budgets. Very low percentage, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that the cities don't have the data that they need to be able to build those cases, make the arguments to the finance departments or to the investors. But data is also important in terms of monitoring, tracking progress and reporting, whether it is reporting at the city level or into the country level or at the global platform. So some of the enablers would obviously be legal systems, opening up, as I said, the ability for direct access. And one thing that we've done with the CBD Secretariat is building on a decision that was adopted in Montreal a few years ago, and now the follow-up decision in Rome last year was to say, look, it's really important that cities also report on their commitments and their action. And the Cities with Nature and the Regions with Nature platforms, which is hosted by ICLEI, but our partnership initiatives with UNEP, IUCN, etc., are recognized as commitment and reporting platforms. And we're working with the CBD Secretariat to make sure that the city's actions are being fed into the global biodiversity stocktake. That's really important because that's where investors will see what's really happening on the ground and the power of local action towards global targets.
Absolutely. And among all of that context, you mentioned there the Convention on Biological Diversity. We're looking forward to COP17 in 2026. We are now in Belém for COP30, the climate conference. What would you say are some key actions that we need to see coming out of these massive COPs to help drive forward the nature positive transition in cities?
For me, there are three things. I'm looking at it from the perspective of nature positive and from biodiversity's perspective. I'm not a climate expert, but the three things for me that are important is number one, the fact that we have to recognize that given the global sort of geopolitical picture, the triple planetary crisis, we need climate and biodiversity action in tandem, not forgetting also the pollution, the need for pollution action as well. The second thing is that we need to really emphasize and prioritize funding for, and this is certainly something we're hoping to come from this COP, increased finance for adaptation actions, particularly at the local level. And when I talk about adaptation from a biodiversity perspective, I want to see something that has embedded in it an ecosystem-based approach so that it's also about biodiversity and not just using biodiversity as a means to another end. And then I think the third thing that's really important is recognizing that cities are the level of government that are closest to the people. When the disaster hits, the people go to the mayor. They do not go to the president or the premier. And I really think it's important that we get the parties to recognize that also in the climate COP, as we have in the biodiversity COP convention, and really set up enabling systems to mobilize and to strengthen the role and the contributions that cities can do and can really just amplify and scale that around the world.
Yes, and thinking again ahead to 2026, we just recently heard the exciting announcement that the second Global Nature Positive Summit will be taking place in July 2026 in Kumamoto City in Japan. How do you see that as a key stepping stone, again, towards the nature positive transition and for cities?
Well, we're very excited because, as you know, ICLEI is one of the partners, and we're really very excited about this summit. For us, it's certainly a very important milestone in the journey from Belém to Yerevan. There's major other events like the World Urban Forum, there's the subsidiary meetings that are happening, but the Nature Positive Summit is nicely positioned in the middle. So you can use that to build on what's coming out of Belém, also from the subsidiary meetings in the WAF. We all convene in Kumamoto in Japan, and there the emphasis is very much on nature positive development, looking at it from a wider perspective and those sorts of mechanisms and things that we need. I mean, we're beginning to see that language coming more and more in government policy positions, in city biodiversity plans, in their climate plans as well. Japan, in its National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, has adopted the whole notion of nature positive development, which aligns with the mission of the Global Biodiversity Framework on more nature in 2030 than we had in 2010. So I think it's a very important event. We certainly are pushing it as such. It's part of our roadmap. We're working with the CBD Secretariat, all of our partners, UNEP, Regions 4, IUCN, and for us it's really important to gather all the levels of government, but very, very importantly the private sector. They need to come to the party, and in the decision, 1632 around resource mobilization, there's a very small but very, very important clause about trying to fill the biodiversity finance gap with opening it up for resources from other sources, including the private sector. And that is such an important thing. And I really think that this summit, the Nature Positive Summit, is the ideal platform to mobilize and to get that message across.
Thanks, Ingrid. And perhaps just lastly, a brief question to close. What does nature positive mean to you?
Well, for me, it's certainly a very important paradigm shift. It's how you approach development. ICLEI has a nature-based development pathway, and for us, the whole nature positive thing aligns with that. So it's about planning, implementing, investing in ways that will lead to development and action that supports the goals and targets of the Kunming Biodiversity Framework, Global Biodiversity Framework, so that, as I said just now, that by 2030 we've reached the point where we've increased, the curve in biodiversity loss has been bent back. So we have more diversity as a result of actions and policies and regulations and planning decisions coming out, and we're restoring our ecosystems so that the picture is better by 2030, and by 2050 we can get to living in harmony with nature, which is really what we're going to have to do. So for me, it's very much aligned with the GBF, the spirit of the GBF, and what we have to do if we're going to save ourselves as people and protect nature and biodiversity and deal with the climate and pollution crises.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Ingrid Kutsia from ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability. And as we've said, everything is connected. The climate and nature crises are extremely interlinked, and we need joined up solutions. The urban world, more than half of the global population live in cities. Cities have plenty of ideas and innovation and drive. We're not short of those innovations, but what we need is more capacity, more finance, and really looking to city leadership to help drive that change towards nature positive future. Thank you.
I'm here with Bill Kent, who is Executive Director AEE, and also with Said Haddad. You are AEE Secretary. Wonderful to have you here in this interview at COP30. So, AEA has been a global leader in advancing energy efficiency and sustainable engineering for decades now, right? So could you start by sharing your mission in today's context, but because it is a special context, right? And also, what does empowering energy professionals means in the context of 2025?
Sure, thank you. It's certainly great to be here with We Don't Have Time once again at COP30. And I think it's particularly appropriate as we have been around almost 50 years. We'll be celebrating 50 years in 2 years. And we've been all about saving energy during that time. Energy management, now energy efficiency. We've been doing it, saving money, having climate impact. And I think now it's much more important for us to create awareness and engagement within the climate community. That's why we're here at COP, is to increase that awareness and engagement so that people are aware of what energy engineers do, the impact they make, and how they can participate as we're talking about solutions that we must implement in order to ensure that we try and meet our climate targets.
Thank you very much, Bill. So we are at the COP30, which is called a cup of trust and all sorts of labels, but it is indeed a pivotal moment here at this COP. So how do you see the role of energy engineers evolving in this context, and what you really can bring into these negotiations here?
You're right, Katrina. So this is a time where there is unprecedented challenges around the world. These are manifested in global warming, environmental issues, scarcity of resources, pollution, etc. And all these complex problems need different types of leaders who know how to face them and come up with solutions out of them, and who are better than energy engineers to do so. So we believe that the engineers are the ones equipped with what it takes. We're hearing, in hallways and everywhere in conferences like COP, that it's time to move beyond commitments, beyond policy, towards implementation at scale. And I believe the engineers are the ones who are the translators of this. They have the knowledge and the technical skills to combine, to transition from policy, from economics towards actual implementation.
Thank you very much, Siad. Turning now to you, Bill, what would you say that your association, your organization can do to really bridge this gap? I mean, it's a gap between technical expertise and really the real world implementation here. And we're especially talking about the SMEs and the municipalities and also, of course, the developing economies.
Well, I think there's a number of things. I think the first thing is to continue to spread the word and get the message out by doing interviews like this and working with We Don't Have Time and others. I think that energy engineers in the past has not been a particularly attractive and glamorous occupation. So we need to really talk about the benefits to people, to the planet, and all of the benefits and things that are really good about being an energy engineer. But if we're going to achieve our climate goals and the targets that are coming up in 2030, 4.5 years from now, I mean, we certainly need technical expertise and proven solutions, but we really need to be working with policymakers. We need to be working with funders and with all of those sitting around the table who are developing programs, because we want to ensure that we have a reliable, safe, equitable, resilient, clean energy transition as we move to a clean energy future. So it's incumbent that energy engineers are sitting at the table and that we are promoting the work that they can do, and that we're here, we've been doing this. We have, a network of over 30,000 around the world who can participate and want to participate and lend their expertise to these critical discussions that we're having at events like COP.
Thank you very much, Bill. A question to both of you, and let's start turning to you, Ziad. There's really a question of reskilling lots of labor here. What are the major challenges in terms of getting more skilled labor, more skilled energy engineers? I mean, more energy engineers, period.
Yeah, so the greatest challenge is investing in the knowledge of people. So it's not enough to invest in infrastructure. We need to invest in the people who will make things actually happen. And the second thing is to make this, knowledge practical as well as theoretical. So you need hands-on skills and experience, and you need to spread it across the globe. And this is where AEE plays a good role, because we are present in over 100 countries, and we are sharing that knowledge, adapting it to the local context.
Thank you, Siad. So, Bill, would you like to add anything?
Of course, I'd love to add to that. So we've heard today at COP, and we hear it all the time, we need more workers. Certainly there is a shortage of workers in this space, a retiring workforce that's losing institutional knowledge, and then just with the growth of the industry, there is certainly a shortage. And not only energy engineers, but really operators, technicians across the full gamut. So many times we're asked, how do we get involved? How do we become an energy engineer? Well, if you have an engineering degree, it's a straightforward pathway, but if you're coming right out of primary school without any technical background, there has to be a longer pathway. So one of our challenges is how do we target and work with more women, more underserved, disadvantaged communities, those who have traditionally not participated as a male-dominated energy industry. And so how do we target and bring them along so that we have an equitable transition? And so it's really building the workforce, bringing more people in, and all hands on deck for us to train and share best practices and solutions across the board and around the world, both in developing and developed countries. Really, there's an equal need in both countries, both places.
Sounds like a fairly big challenge, but also sounds like you're on top of things here. So say I'd like to hear what you were saying. You've been a board leader of well, we have a very strong international experience here. So how do you see your organization's network, global network, supporting this knowledge transfer between regions? You talked about the underserved communities and developing countries. So how can AEE really support this from your experience?
Catherine, I think of energy as it's a universal, the science behind energy is a universal science. So it's understood by everybody. It's just like music, but then you have the lyrics that apply to the local context. So we share common knowledge. We share the fundamentals and the basics of energy conservation and energy efficiency. But we also develop our certifications using subject matter experts from all continents. So they develop international certifications, and in parallel we empower the trainers, the local trainers, to adapt the solutions to the local context, being climate, being the nature of the grid, the culture, the regulatory environment. And this is the strength of AEE. This is why we're truly a global, but also a local organization.
Thank you, Siad. So looking ahead, Bill, into 2030, what vision do you have for your impact? And let's look at both the professional side and also emission side.
Wow. Well, so the first thing is that 2030 is right around the corner. It's very soon. So one of our board of directors' strategic objectives is to create greater visibility and awareness within the greater climate community for maximum impact, because the work we do has a huge impact. So really what we want to do is continue to spread the message, get the word out at events like this, IEA events, Climate Week, New York City, many events on the work we do that we want to partner. And so our goal is to maximize our impact. We're not driven by numbers. We're not driven by revenue. We're driven by impact in the work we do. And I think it's important that, Ziad mentioned we are a global family. Our values, what drives us, the first value is people first. And the second value is global family. And we bring our members together every year for an annual meeting. And we just had our annual meeting in September in Atlanta. And as a part of that, we have an international representative dinner. And so that's always one of my favorite parts of the year, to hear people from all around the world, probably 60 or 80 countries there, stand up and tell personal stories about how their involvement with AEE has changed their lives, change their communities, change their companies, and that's really when it drives home the work we do and the impact we have, and really inspires me to continue to do this work, to continue to affect people, the planet, and to maximize our impact.
Thank you. Very well said. I'd say it's inspirational work you're doing. So, Siad, if you were turning now to young professionals, what advice can you, and then over to you, Bill, give the young professionals that would like to venture into this field? They really want to bring their superpowers to the table as engineers.
So my first advice, in short, is invest in yourself. We're seeing around the globe, some people are losing their assets, some their resources, some their jobs, and the last thing somebody can take away from you is your knowledge. So people, invest in yourself, gain your skills. That's my first advice. I also advise them not to wait for the perfect job. So wherever you are, start now. Transitioning is happening everywhere. Seize the opportunity, and there is a lot of demand for people who have the curiosity and who are courageous and are persistent. So there you go. Those are my 2 cents.
Thank you. That's a very positive and strong message. Bill?
Well, I could quote many U.S. presidents and the things they've said about climate change and the work we do and how it's critical. But I think of a few things. I have a son who just graduated from university 1 year ago. And so I've given him some personal advice, and it's probably a lot of the same advice that I would give to younger professionals. First is to continue to learn and develop. And one of the other things is to really engage a network of your peers, a professional network. People want to help and be involved. Find a mentor. And so really engage. Don't be afraid to ask people for advice and for assistance, because really they love to do it. We have a very strong mentoring program within AEE. I think, what else? I think just continued growth, professional development. If you consider a career in energy efficiency, the work we do, as I said, it changes lives. It provides tremendous career opportunity, making a real impact in the world. Just think, this is, President Barack Obama, former president, in 2014 said, we're the first generation to feel the effects of climate change, the last generation who can do something about it. That was now 11 years ago, and it's even as true today, more true than it was when he said it in 2014. So get involved and consider a career in energy efficiency. AEE has chapters, 140 chapters around the world. We welcome you to come join our family to find out what it's about. Go to a local chapter meeting. Local action leads to global impact. So work your network. Don't be afraid to ask for assistance and guidance. And, find a mentor and find some work that makes your heart sing, something you're passionate about, and then go pursue it.
Thank you. Interviewing you two really made my heart sing, because this is really, really important work you're doing, and this is a way of becoming a superhero as an engineer in this field. So thank you for your work. Great chatting with you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Brazil, the host country of COP30, is a country rich in natural resources, biodiversity and potential. But it's also a country facing complex social and economic challenges in the race towards sustainability. Today marks the launch of a groundbreaking new research from Earth for All, which uses integrated systems of modeling to connect the dots between land use, energy, trade and social outcomes, all to guide transformative climate action in Brazil and beyond. It's my great pleasure to welcome on stage Isabella Teixeira, the former Minister of the Environment of Brazil. And you have another title, I think, as well.
I'm the co-chair of International Resource Panel.
The International Resource Panel, hosted by the United Nations Environment Programme. We have Sandrine Dixon de Clèves, the Executive Chair of Earth for All, with many other titles. I don't know, you might want to throw another one in, just in case.
I'm the Honorary President of the Club of Rome and the new co-founder of the Systems Transformation Hub in Brussels.
Thank you very much indeed. And Natalie Spittler, Earth All lead modeler, I think. It's got down here as modeling lead, and I thought it was going to be a fashion show. So I think lead modeler is probably better, yeah. Natalie, I'm going to come to you first. You have the lead in the modeling of this new report. Tell us about some of the most interesting findings.
Yes, thank you. So just to say, the modeling is very different from previous models that have been done because it actually integrates the social and the biodiversity aspects that you mentioned. And what we found is that if Brazil goes down a too little too late business or decision-making as usual scenario, there's a huge risk of polarization, whereas if Brazil takes transformative action, actually it activates a feedback, a virtuous feedback that can actually get us into a transformative system, meaning that it can keep transforming and be resilient over time. And this is what we need, coming up with the adaptation challenges we will face through climate change, but also the mitigation challenges that are still ahead of us.
It was put to me by two people from Brazil we had on the first show, that Brazil is a mirror of the world. It's a mirror of the world. It has prosperity like the global north has, but it has poverty like parts of the global south. And that trying to resolve those two tensions is quite interesting. Let's just move on to Isabella. Drawing on your experience as the former Environment Minister of Brazil, what are your reflections on this new report? Why is it important?
Let's see. I think that three key points must be observed. The first one, as you mentioned, we are connecting the dots. It's a non-linear developmental perspective. We need to understand how real life is. And real life is not managed based on silos. Real life to connect things. Okay, if I'm a farmer, I know the needs about infrastructure. If I'm poor people, I know the needs about hunger and how farmers could produce low-cost food, for example, and how we need energy to provide low costs, so incoming low prices. These dynamics to connect things and the real life, it's very important, and I think it's really an asset from the report. Based on a country, as you mentioned, we have the diversity of realities in the huge countries. What's happening here in the Amazon region is not to have in the south of the country. Okay, so it's very important to be flexible and understand that we face inequalities, social and environmental ones, and how Brazil, that has assets, environment, economic, and peace assets. We have peace in this country with our neighbors more than 150 years. So how can you use this, consider the new ways to approach development, and climate change is part of the equation. My second point is that, okay, we are in a different age today. Okay, 10 years later, Paris Agreement, and I had Brazilian delegation during Paris Agreement negotiations. We have a different world, and nature changed. My perspective is that the world is updating, like running, don't know yet what's happening.
Like a computer.
Absolutely, like a computer. And when we have this modeling, we can also decouple things and connect things based on reality and transitions. And this is very good because you can share language in Brazil and with other countries. And my third perspective that, okay, if you go into climate solutions, you must be prepared to have another adults into the rooms, because we have not only private sector, but we have subnational players coming into climate governance. And climate is a long project. As a long project, we need to face governance and politics. This modeling could allow us to understand better the trends of politics, of climate politics, and the power politics, and coming internationally, the recession of Brazil to play tackling issues like inequality, social and environmental ones, and also bring climate in the basis of to make sure that we can manage things that we are doing today. So it's really a good language to convince people, to mobilize people, not based on fears or tragedies, but based on really issues that we understand our reality, we understand how we need to change, how we need to be transformative, and how we should come together.
Okay, okay. I think we'll come back to Isabella in a moment. Let me turn to Sandrine. This kind of links with the report as well, because it's about choices, isn't it? Bill Gates recently wrote an essay in which he contrasted investments in the green transition with investments aimed at lifting people out of poverty. He thus made it appear as if there were two separate issues, which sounds really a bit old-fashioned, actually. Your report presents a different picture.
Not only does our report present a different picture, our report talks about the truth on the ground. And we just recently heard actually here when we launched the report that equity is climate infrastructure. You cannot disassociate poverty from climate change or vice versa. We know that the world's most vulnerable are going to be hit the most by climate change, but we also know that across the globe, we will not be able to bring people on this journey unless we deal with inequality and poverty. We have seen that inequality and poverty has grown across a variety of different jurisdictions. You just talked about Brazil, but also within the United States, we have some of the poorest neighborhoods in urban development areas in the United States or in Europe. So this whole statement and report went viral, right? When Bill Gates actually indicated that this was a binary choice. No, this is a holistic choice. And it's not only a holistic choice, but it's what is going to enable us both to decarbonize and to make people thrive. Last point, today is Health Day as well. And I sit on the Pan-European Commission led by the World Health Organization on health and climate. We have so much data across the globe demonstrating the health impacts from climate change, not only in terms of the world's poor, but we will see more pandemics, we will see more airborne diseases, waterborne diseases, and all kinds of tropical diseases. We will see impacts on our health infrastructure, which is bad for the poorest, but also bad for everyone. So we cannot enter into a world where we are binary in our decision making. This is exactly what Earth for All says. Everything is connected. Now that complexity might be frightening, but what we show in our report is no, there are a variety of different types of solutions that we can bring forward that has a variety of different leverage points that enables us to get through these complexities and these wicked problems that also have been described in order for us to both decarbonize and to make people's lives better.
I think Christiana Figueres, who was speaking on the BBC, for those that don't know, she was one of the architects of the Paris Agreement, and my former boss said she understands why Bill Gates thinks binary because he's from the computer world. Exactly. In the computer world, it's ones and twos, right? I can count up beyond 1 and 2, by the way. I can get all the way to 10. So, you know, that's a little bit of a joke, but I think it kind of puts it in place, really. Let's look at this wider issue then. This report's out. What are you hoping people are going to do with it? Because I have to say, there are still a lot of people out there, not just Bill Gates, and some politicians that think in ones and twos. How do you deal with it? Do you want to come on with that one?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. And actually, a lot of models are in ones and twos, and our model is not in ones and twos. And I think this is very important, right? We are actually having a model that can grapple with the complexity we are facing. And this model is a first step in actually having a mindset shift from thinking in ones and twos towards a more complexity-focused mindset, from linear thinking to systems thinking. So bringing us really ahead in our way of thinking will bring us ahead in our way of finding solutions, and actually will also accelerate the solutions implementation eventually.
Maybe I could just build on that and say that we are already having these conversations with governments. And what we're doing is we are joining the dots, exactly as Isabella said. The fact of the matter is the cost of inaction is much greater than the cost of action. We know now that we're actually going to have GDP impact. So we will see GDP go down at 1.5 degrees by 3% per annum, we will see upwards of 17 to 20% of GDP go down at 3 degrees. And why is this important? Because what we're trying to say is if you start to connect those dots, if you create buffers to GDP economic productivity, then you actually start to create resilience within your economies. And this is resonating. It's resonating in terms of a new movement called the Beyond GDP movement that is looking at very clear indicators that reflect all the holistic thinking that we've brought forward. We now also, just ourselves, have translated this report into 5 different national jurisdictions. We're looking at how to do it at the state level and at the local level. We're having those conversations with politicians, and they're incredibly excited about the possibilities that we're showing of moving forward.
Isabella?
I think that I agree, but I'd like to highlight 2 things. The first one, nature changed. And you don't know yet how to manage this. After 1.5 overshooting, you know, as science makes it very clear that we are in a different context, and you need to understand how we manage ourselves, consider development, inequalities, and really vulnerabilities. So when we connect the dots and we explain that's a no-linear perspective in the rooms, this will make clear for us in the climate policies and climate politics that we must act not only based on the recommendations. This is very important because we are decoupling things and make sure which critical decision must be taken in a country like Brazil to change or to shift the needle. This is very important because it's not only what you have, what you need to have in the future, and this means that transition will probably gain a new dimension, political and economic and technological ones, and people will understand how complex it is to move from A to B. But we need to do this. This is why I think that Brazil is a really good case, because you can go with another countries around the world, sharing language, common languages, not only on problems, but on solutions. And this, in my understanding, how this report could make sure that you can go into climate politics and also climate solution. What this copy will provoke is this. We have climate solution into the rooms with fragmented dimensions, probably. We have different guides running. But country must know how to pack things and coming to make sure that we have no setbacks in the future, and you will step by step have the future as an ally.
I get a sense with this report that what is, in a sense, partly at the heart of this report is how do we bring the people along with this program called Decarbonizing Our Planet and staying within the goals of the Paris Agreement. This is about bringing the people along. And if we're not smart, we're going to lose the people. And then those that have a bigger wallet, like some parts of the oil and gas industry and the agricultural lobby, may well get what they want, which is a status quo and no change. So how do we bring the public along in a way that they feel part of this journey and they want to be part of it, right?
Yeah. Can I just bring in one thought? Yeah, Nick, you're absolutely right. And so I think what's really important here is we're not naive, exactly as Isabella has said. We need to have the facts, the science, the proof points to show that this can be done. But we also have to have the narratives and the storytelling and transform this into a way so people can understand that this is the right way to move forward. We've just had a conversation with Isabella around populism, and Carlos Nobre, who's one of the top Brazilian scientists, who's also supporting this initiative, along with incredible people inside the Brazilian government, like Gustavo Westman, Tulio André, and others, have been IGAPE, for example, one of the top institutes here. Everyone is working with us on this report because we wanted to make sure it was anchored in Brazilian thought leadership and science. But what this also does is it shows exactly what President Lula has been saying. This is the COP of truth. This is the COP of people. This is the COP of implementation. Right. And this report shows that is possible.
May I add a comment?
Yes, Isabel, and then we're going to go to Natalie because she gets cut out of the conversation.
This report, you're allowed to have new generations on the stage because you need new faces. You need new people driving solution. So I hope that you can move from Belém to the future, and this report allows people to understand the complexity to drive solutions. But please engage, lead, And let's convince the new middle class in the world to change, and probably will be less vulnerable, not more secure, but less vulnerable in short-term perspective.
Yeah. Natalie.
Yeah, you said bringing people along, and I think from a modeling perspective, we also brought along, as Sandrine said, the Brazilian presidency, and that for me was a great surprise, because usually modelers and the politicians or like presidency wouldn't talk as much, I assume, and this is, I think, the engagement we had from them, the interest we had, and the learnings they had during that process. I think that was a really good insight for me as well. So just showing that modeling doesn't need to be something that's happening only at the computer or that's only far out there, but it's actually something that can happen in a conversation. And I think this is one of the great success factors, that we did have this modeling work in conversation. And that's, I think, a big way forward, and this is what we want to replicate. Like Sandrine said, we have done this in 5 countries, but I think this is a model that needs to be replicated.
Isn't one of the most beautiful things right now the fact that a solar panel is cheaper than fossil fuels by a margin that is so huge that suddenly people, even the poorest people in the world, if supported with a solar panel, suddenly have electricity, suddenly have a chance for education, suddenly have a chance for other things. We're not starting from ground zero. I suppose what I'm saying is we have moved the needle in some areas quite well. But it's a bigger challenge coming, of course. But we've gone some way down the road to what you're trying to deliver, I think.
Yes, but I'd like to remember you that solar panel means that to have a high technological development, and you probably will emerge a new dependence among countries, because we are also shift the political power in the world. So observe this when you go to critical minerals agenda, resource security, etc., how the middle will be moving. Okay, that's why politics is complex. Okay, power politics is complex, and climate politics is also complex. We need to understand how the countries are moving and make sure that nature will be closer to us in bad climate solution, and not have nature alone or be additional pressure on nature, because probably we have back the new colonialism, new extractivism in countries that are not prepared for this. So this is really critical to understand.
Somebody's going to get the last word here, but we're now 45 seconds over our time. But I'll give you a few quick seconds, and then back to Natalie.
Yeah, I think the last point I want to make is exactly to Isabella's point. We are not naive. In this report, we take into consideration the big geopolitics. In fact, we also have the global model and the Brazilian model superimposed so we can understand. And I want to end with my 6 M's, okay? We are in a moment of monarchy, of materials, of minerals, of military, of morality gaps, and of media. And if you look at those 6 M's, that is what's driving the geopolitics. And this report is fundamental because it drives an edge through each of those M's. We have to remember, and we've seen it now across Europe and in the United States, that as we move more towards populism, towards authoritarian governments, and towards governments who are feeling now that heat, those fossil energy producers who actually have decided to go now backwards rather than forwards, who are not enabling the renewables revolution that makes absolute sense because it's cheaper. We have to talk about those power politics and what that's doing actually to this.
Well, when it comes to media, you have some media here that's right on your side.
Good media.
Natalie, yes, you have the final word, Natalie.
Yes, I think the most important point is really that modeling can not only help us understand reality, but it can also understand narratives, and it can help us understand how and where are the points where we can intervene with narratives and what are new narratives that we can create. So I think it's very powerful, this link between narratives and models that we are actually doing in Earth for All. I think this is one of the biggest powers that Earth for All has, this link.
We are going to come back on this report in 12 months' time at the next COP, and I want you all 3 on the podium wherever we go, whether it's Turkey or whether it's Australia, whether it's, I see both the pavilions are side by side, right? It's like mud wrestling. And I want to find out what happened with this report. Thank you very much for being with We Don't Have Time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
When it comes to the big climate events like COP30, we tend to focus a lot on what countries are doing, and we might talk to representatives from industry or even give some time to an activist or two, or three in fact. But faith-based organizations also play a really important role in the climate change story. In fact, one of the most distinctive voices that has emerged in recent years has been the voice of the Vatican, and over in, we might say, two popes, the one before and the one who is now in power. A few months ago, We Don't Have Time attended a truly inspiring event hosted by the Vatican. And we have a video of what happened there, so let's watch that now.
Hello, hello world. Greetings live from Italy, from Castello Gandolfo. Here we are and just found Ingmar from the platform We Have No Time. That is quite a statement, and he's really into storytelling and science.
The conference has been organised by the Laudato Si movement, which is the global movement that came to life in light of Laudato Si 10 years ago.
So the federal government had no interest in helping California with its environmental laws. As a matter of fact, many times stopped us. We needed what they called a waiver, which means the permission from the federal government to regulate our own air in California. Well, we went ahead anyway. And we passed one environmental law after the other. And when the federal government stopped us, we took them to court. And we went to court, the lower court, the higher court, to the Supreme Court of the United States. And there we beat them. We said, hasta la vista, baby.
The most important thing to do is to bring as many people into the climate movement to take action as possible, and crossing the path into connecting with people of all faiths and having faith-based movements part of the climate justice movement is incredibly important.
Well, Pope Francis was our very first state supporter, and he called for ecocide very early on in the course of our work.
See are in fact even more relevant today than they were 10 years ago. These challenges are of a social and political nature, but first and foremost of a spiritual nature. They call for conversion. As with every anniversary of this nature, we remember the past with gratitude, but we also ask ourselves what remains to be done. Over the years, we have transitioned from understanding and studying the encyclical to putting it into practice. What must be done now to ensure that caring for our common home and listening to the cry of the earth and the poor do not appear as mere passing trends, or worse still, that they be seen and felt as divisive issues. In line with Laudato Si, the apostolic exhortation Laudate Deum, published 2 years ago, noted that some have chosen to deride the increasingly evident signs of climate change, to ridicule those who speak of global warming, and even to blame the poor for the very thing that affects them the most. Besides spreading the message of the encyclical, it is now more important than ever to return to the heart. In Scripture, the heart is not only the center of feelings and emotions, but the locus of freedom. Although the heart includes reason, it transcends and transforms it, influencing and integrating all aspects of the person and his or her fundamental relationships. The heart is the place where external reality has the greatest impact, where the deepest searching takes place, where the most authentic desires are discovered, where one's ultimate identity is found, and where decisions are formed. It is only by returning to the heart that a true ecological conversion can take place. We must shift from collecting data to caring, and from environmental discourse to an ecological conversion that transforms both personal and communal lifestyles. For believers, this conversion is in fact no different to the one that orients us towards the living God. We cannot love God whom we cannot see while despising his creatures. Nor can we call ourselves disciples of Jesus Christ without participating in his outlook on creation and his care for all that is fragile and wounded. Dear friends, let your faith inspire you to be bearers of the hope that comes from recognizing the presence of God already at work in history. Let us recall how Pope Francis described St. Francis of Assisi. He lived in simplicity and in wonderful harmony with God, with others, with nature, and with himself. He shows us just how inseparable the bond is between concern for nature, justice for the poor, commitment to society, and interior peace. May each of us grow in these four relationships: with God, with others, with nature, and with ourselves.
Once I spoke with an astronaut, just came back from the moon with the stars in his eyes. He said, out there I learned a lot. Something changes inside when you see the earth rise. Got no boundaries and no walls, that living, breathing ball. Love is underneath it all, beneath the blue and green, connecting everything. I met a girl, she was very young, yet she spoke burning words with a fire in her eyes. She said, hey, something's really wrong. Deserts grow, people die while the oceans rise. She said, can't you see the urgency? You pretend that you care, then you look away. You are trampling on our hopes and dreams. We can't wait for a change, got to start today. You can feel it in the breeze, you touch it in the trees. You hear the waterfall, love is underneath it all. It's running in the fields, it's swimming in the deep, beneath the blue and green, connected everything. Oh, yeah, I believe it isn't too late to turn around. Oh, yeah, I believe it isn't too late, too late, too late, too late.
Or do you turn off the tap? And if we do not turn off the tap on fossil fuels, we are not addressing the root cause, 86% of the problem. So therefore, more people should have been saying much earlier that we have to get out of our addiction of fossil fuels. Imagine this. the climate negotiations, the so-called COPs, has been going on for 30 years now. It took 28 years before 86% of the problem of climate change was even mentioned in an outcome document of COP.
You can feel it in the coast, you touch it in the trees, you hear the waterfall, love is underneath the hull. It's running in the fields, it's swimming in the deep.
And the Daily Mail, they had another headline that was the Pope is woke and crazy, blessing ice. So how do you see the Vatican and the Catholic Church can get through the noise and unite people?
Well, it's a very good question. Maybe the Daily Mail hasn't heard of holy water, but in my view, the ice is holy water. It's a very conservative Catholic tradition to bless water. We use it in baptisms, and that water that's now holy will be given to all the participants as they leave the conference tomorrow. So I think a very profound act of the Holy Father to bless the melting ice. I think the Pope and the Catholic Church has a really important role to play here. I mean, let's face it, we're not in a good place when it comes to tackling climate change. We're facing rollbacks in terms of denialism. The fossil fuel industry are really fighting to see who's going to drill the last barrel of oil. So I think that the Catholic Church and Pope Leo, I really loved his speech actually. I thought it was very well balanced and lived up to expectations. It's about, the things that I took away were about the integrity of the message. It's an integral message. He's saying that this is not about the church becoming environmentalist, this is about the church being more church. And that there's nothing remotely unusual or unchristian about caring for God's creation. It's actually part and parcel, always has been. We've just not really taken it to heart. So that has been his message, and I think that he really underscored the importance of going back to the science. That was really important, of building coalitions, doing this together. He also talked about the need to continue to do advocacy, to be talking truth to power in the language I use. So I think that the message he gave is also a uniting message, because as people of all faiths, and there are people representing all faiths here, people of many different traditions and belief systems, we all share the one planet, and that's what has to come out, I think, in the next while in terms of overcoming divisions, that we walk on the same soil and we breathe the same air, and we have, if you're a Christian, you believe we have the same Father, the same Spirit, so we have to kind of look at where the commonalities are as well. There's a great number of Christians and people of faith who are not, let's say, anti this message, but they're sitting on the fence and maybe have not been engaged yet in language and ways that they understand how integral this is to their faith and their lives. So I'm really hopeful we'll manage to bridge that and to work together on.
And here we are at COP30, exactly like we talked about. Welcome again, Lorna.
Good to see you, Ingmar.
And thanks for joining us here in Belém in this tent in almost the rainforest.
It's so hot.
You are the executive director of Laudato Si movement. And for the viewers that haven't heard about this fantastic movement, can you tell them what it's all about?
So Laudato Si movement is a movement that came to life after Pope Francis launched his ecological manifesto in 2015. It's a group of people, lay Catholics, organisations, people from other faiths who collaborate with us from different climate groups, to really bring this message, this visionary prophetic message of Pope Francis and now Pope Leo out to the whole world. And it's been an amazing experience. None of us decided to start a movement, but somehow it's gained huge momentum. We have over 600 affiliated Catholic organisations. We've trained almost 40,000 local communities. And we do a lot of actions at the local level, but we also do these things at the global advocacy, bringing together many groups. Like, I think it's almost like weaving a tapestry, you know, weaving this tapestry that reaches across different groups, different faiths, in order to raise hope and to take concrete action around climate justice.
So it's not only Catholic Church that is mobilizing around this movement, it's very much everyone welcome.
Yeah, I think Pope Francis inspired so many people. People saw him, if you think back to 2015 and the COP, people saw him as a world leader on the issue of climate. And his encyclical Laudato Si, on care for our common home, is to all people on the planet. So everybody is welcome. Everybody's welcome to join us in working together. Many different faith communities have their own environmental groups, and there are many, obviously, secular climate organisations, but we see our role as trying to bring together many groups, trying to help to create a global planetary movement for change.
And when we met at the Vatican, you were very clear that what's different with this movement, and that gathering was a fantastic gathering, was that we need to bring in not only the brain but the heart.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you saw yourself what happens when people come as complete beings. Let's say we're not coming just with a policy head on, with a rational. Often in COP we find people are amazing. All the negotiators I meet, they're really nice people. They have a heart. But the system we've created does not allow the heart to show up at the negotiations. That to me is the fundamental issue here. The heart is where we have our ethical values. It's where we experience joy. It's where we experience sadness. And those emotions, we're not going to change the situation we're in now. We're not going to address it unless we are able to find something that helps us to shift and to connect our hearts and our heads. Faith communities with a very open creative approach to spirituality, like our movement, I think they're really important today. And you saw what can happen in Rome. People were joyful. I made a comment about let's bring joy to hope, to COP. It's a hard sell.
Yes.
But I feel that it's only if we feel that sense of hope. We can't let go of hope, even in the midst of all the hard negotiations.
Hope is the only thing we have when everything else looks dark, and we just need to keep pushing. But you didn't just brought hope with you, you also brought a very powerful symbol blessed by the Pope, and I think we have something special going on now. So let's go out here at COP and see what's going on.
They're very far away.
They're somewhere there. I don't even see them.
But you can see there's the image of the Pope. We can talk about that for a minute, maybe. They're coming. So what we can see on our screens is a river of hope. So Pope Leo, when he came to the conference, he blessed the waters from 5 continents, including a melting glacier from Greenland ice sheet. And symbolically, we unfurled this material river as a symbol of all our tears being turned into hope, because we are all feeling really sad about what's happening in the world. And there's something we need to embrace, this sense of sadness. And we felt in that moment that the Pope helped us to transform our sadness through action into hope. And here's the amazing image. It was a magical moment when the Pope silently placed his hand on the glacier, and you could have heard a pin drop in the conference room. And it was profound, and you can see the image on his face. It was a profound moment of commitment, because I'm sure he feels the weight of the shoulders of Pope Francis.
And you also have this blessed water here.
We have a beautiful sculpture with the melted glacier ice. So the glacier ice is in here. And we've used this because this, for us as Catholics, is holy water. But many other faith communities also have this tradition of blessing water. So it's something that unites us across different faiths. Here's our friends.
And now they're coming, and it's hard to ignore this at COP. So, Lorna, this river you're bringing with you, I have never had a speaker bringing this. I'm the prop guy, but you have taken it to the next level. This is bringing in the peoples and the seas, the voice of the people. All nationalities, all nations are supposed to have their and the seas to present their targets for the Paris Agreement here at COP. And you're gathering with your organization and all the other faith organizations you're working with, the peoples and the seas. Can you tell us about what that is all about?
So the People's NDCs, which we're calling the PDCs, the People's Determined Contributions. And the idea behind this grew out of the global ethical stocktake. The Brazilian Minister Marina Silva was with us in Rome, and we had a multi-faith stocktake. And our thinking behind it is the NDCs and the COP process just doesn't manage to reflect the sheer amount of commitment, action from the part of civil society, faiths, business. We need to find a way that this global ethical stocktake and the commitment of the people, globally, the commitment of the people and all the different categories of people can be reflected in the COP process. So what we are launching here and proposing is that as part of the global stocktake process that goes forward from here, that we include a formal part of it to include the voices of civil society, and we launch the idea of people's determined contributions.
And what do you think will be in those contributions?
Well, I could talk for what Laudato Si movement is doing with the Catholic Church. First and foremost. And we have committed, we have a Laudato Si action platform, which already has over 100 Laudato Si plans, so full sustainability plans for Catholic institutions.
And that's quite many, right? How many churches do Catholic organization have?
So we have many, the church has many different land banks, forests, has schools, universities, parishes, dioceses. So what we're proposing for the next year is we're committing to scaling up the action platform and presenting a PDC, a People's Determined Contribution, on behalf of the Laudato Si movement and the wider Catholic Church. The Holy See is a party to COP. They presented an NDC this year, which is for full sustainability, but only for the Vatican state. We are going to complement that to reflect the 200,000 parishes that the Catholic Church has worldwide. So it's a big ask, and we are inviting other faith institutions.
That we will have very soon here on the panel.
And they're going to come and talk to us now.
And
tease out this idea.
I think the time for it is now, actually.
Absolutely.
So let's bring in you.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
So we're going to, everybody's cheering. We're going to, it's great, it's like a football match right now. We will now expand this discussion with some really super guests. They're Amanda Ellis, Senior Director of Global Partnerships and Networks, Arizona State University. She's coming in by the magic of Zoom. I see your backdrop is not Arizona, I think it's Belém, but that's cool. The rest of the guests are Carlos Antonio Rocha Vincenti. Is he with us? No, he may join us. Okay. Hayley Campbell, Executive Director of Care About Climate. Lorna Gold, who we've already talked to, who we're just speaking to, Executive Director of Laudatio Si movement. Andreas Holmberg, Bishop of the Church of Sweden in the Diocese of Stockholm, where We Don't Have Time is headquartered. Right now we're headquartered here, but we're always back in Sweden. And Maria Mendelucci, the CEO of the We Mean Business Coalition. Absolutely love to see you all. Let's start off with Carlos, it says here, but we're not going to do that. Hayley, let's start off with you. You've been, you're representing Care About Climate, and your organization has created the NDC Equity Tracker. Can you tell us how this came to you, what was the idea, and why tracking gender justice, international equity, and civil society inclusion matters more than ever?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. Nice to meet everyone here.
Everybody keep the microphone right up to the mouth.
Here.
There, with perfect.
Okay. Better, closer. Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm really excited to be here on behalf of Care About Climate. We are a women-led organization, and so a couple of years ago, we were looking into NDCs and why they matter. And for those maybe watching who don't know what they are countries' nationally determined contributions, which are their national climate commitments in this process, and they really pretty much dictate our future as young people. And so when we were looking at them, we realized that there were academics and agencies tracking science and tracking the, climate trajectory, but they weren't really tracking the inclusivity and the equity components of NDCs. And so as young people, as young women, we thought, oh, well, there's a gap here, and who better to fill it than the very people impacted by them themselves. So we created the NDC Equity Tracker, which is a transparent accountability tool where young people from their country are trained to understand their NDC, to learn about their country's politics and policies, and then to provide recommendations and analyses that help them enhance their NDCs in the future. And so we're creating this kind of pipeline where we're educating and training young people. Then they become, scientists and analyzers, and they become advocates, and they're putting all of those different things together, which are all effective skills that you need to join the green transition, the just transition, in spaces like this, so that we create advocates who have the skills and tools and knowledge from their own lived experiences to be able to access these spaces and to engage constructively in them. And so we've actually trained 150 young people to analyze 85 NDCs, and we just launched a new initiative that I'll get into later last year to support that. But it's really a really amazing time getting to support all of these different young people from around the world.
And so we'll probably get some results soon on what's happening with the NDCs in terms of these new dimensions, these new parameters, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Great. Let's go to Amanda. Amanda, your work has really ranged all over the place. It says here from national governments to international diplomacy and academia. How do you view the role of grassroots mobilization in solving the climate crisis? Like the people's determined contribution that Lorna spoke about earlier.
One word, essential. It's wonderful to be able to be with you on Zoom, although I'm so sad not to be there in person. And I think this issue of non-state mobilization is critical. My previous role as New Zealand's ambassador to the United Nations had me looking at that big policy picture. And I see now how important not only faith-based communities, but business, academia, civil society, and philanthropy all are. And we've been thrilled to be able to work with Hayley and her group at Care About Climate and a whole range of other actors to produce something that we think is critical, launching tomorrow. And I don't know, you can't see it, so I will maybe put it in the chat, the Parliamentarians' Global Guide to Climate Change and Climate Solutions. And why? Well, people are the ones who vote and influence parliaments. Parliaments are the ones who make legislation, allocate budgets, and provide oversight. So we think it's really important to bring together broad coalitions to have an impact and an influence. And then I guess two other points too. The People's Determined Contributions is a fantastic platform. Our family has already made our commitment, so we're part of it. We're on the platform. And it's also really critical that we counter some of the negative voices in the media. We know from research that 89% of humans around the planet, ordinary people, really care and want their governments to do something about the climate crisis. And yet, if we don't have those voices heard, we think that, in fact, it's too expensive, it's too difficult, denial, doubt, delay, doom, all of the tactics of the fossil fuel industry and their very well-paid PR campaign. So I would just finish with a quote from Lorna's excellent book, Climate Generation. We need a true global planetary movement, and this is why it is absolutely essential for all of us to be backing the people's determined contributions.
Thank you very much indeed, Amanda. And I hear from your accent that you might either be a Kiwi from New Zealand or an Australian.
Actually, I'm a quasi. I'm both. The kids are kangaroos, the adults are quasis.
You're probably backing Adelaide getting the next COP.
I sure am. Adelaide and the Pacific Islands.
Yeah, okay. Interesting what Amanda just said, which is, you know, people can get the wrong idea about how much this thing is going to cost, right, to actually, you know, meet the targets of the Paris Climate Agreement. And I think that's a really good point, because in the UK, they actually talked to people, and people thought it would cost 30% of GDP. Or 20% of GDP to solve climate change, when the answer in the UK is more like 0.2%, which is £1.50 in British money per person per week, which is less than a pint of beer. You know, it's not that bad. Anyway, let me come to the Bishop. Bishop Holmberg, you've been very outspoken on climate and sustainability issues for years. Why is it important for religious institutions to speak up in defense of this planet?
It's important because at the core of Christian faith is the calling to care for God's creation and to love all of our co-creatures and co-humans just as God loves all of creation. So it's at the very heart of our faith. So I think that's at the basis, and that's also part of many other faith traditions, the care for creation, which we are so dependent on. We need the trees, we need the water, they don't need us. they could survive perfectly without us, but we couldn't make it without them. So it's a matter of faith. But we just had this wonderful stunt, and I've been taking part in numerous manifestations and demonstrations back home in Stockholm and Sweden. And sometimes I would be questioned, shouldn't you as a bishop be telling about Jesus, about reconciliation and so forth? And I said, my answer is indeed, and it's because I try to follow Jesus, because I believe in him and love him, that I feel compelled to involve myself and get engaged in these questions. It's not something on the margins of Christian faith, it's right in the middle.
We're going to come back to this we'll have a little chat. We've still got 20 minutes, so we've got chance for lots of chats. Maria, We Mean Business brings the private sector together to act on climate change. Why is the perception that business opposes climate change so common or so prevalent?
That business opposes to climate change.
Yes, and some people think business is always against climate change. Yeah. Is that something that you have a different view? That's why I'm asking.
Astonished by it. Yeah. Well, I think let's get it right. Business see that they need to do something on climate. For many years, it was because it was the right thing to do, but actually now it is because it makes so much business sense. There is a return on action and there is a return on responsibility. Good business, businesses that take care of climate right now, thanks to the development of many technologies, can be much more efficient, between 3 and 5 times more efficient if you have heat pumps of electric vehicles. This is savings. So again, the number that you say even before actually is positive. Taking climate action is positive. Now, business needs to do many things also in other aspects, but when it comes to climate, I think everything is aligned. There is a convergence between what we have heard before and what business are doing. And that's why there are more than 20,000 businesses that have committed to set science-based targets, which is similar to the people-determined contributions or NDCs. So yeah, I think there's, we did a polling of businesses across the globe. 97% of these businesses are going to invest in clean technologies, and they're doing it because it's good for business. But can you imagine, it's good for business, but it's good for their hearts. So it is in some ways where hearts and minds are meeting, and we're lucky. There are other technologies that are not there, but clean technology, renewable energy is here, and it's good for business.
Okay. Lorna, I'm going to come back to you. You've described the People's Determined Contribution campaign as a moral uprising for our common home. What makes this moment ripe for this kind of uprising?
I think, is this working? Yeah. I think because
everything's working in the studio. It's just sometimes it doesn't sound like it's working.
Okay. I think it's because we've reached, in a sense, a turning point. We feel like we've reached the end of the road in terms of the way things are currently working and the way things are currently going. And in particular, I feel in relation to the COP process, 10 years on from Paris, we've succeeded in bending the curve of emissions, but it's flatlining. We need that curve. I did a diagram for 10 years ago for my children, and it showed that you need to bend the curve almost like off a cliff in terms of emissions. If we're to stay within, well, now they're even saying we can't stay within 1.5, but to have even a chance of staying within the 1.5 degrees, that emissions curve doesn't need to flatline. We can't just congratulate ourselves. In 10 years, we've flatlined. We need that emissions curve to be going off the cliff now. And with the current logic of negotiations, this is what really worries me. People show up with a logic that with the NDCs is to do the minimum possible. In fact, the Paris Agreement required countries to turn up for each global stocktake with a ratcheting mechanism, which was about increasing ambition. It seems to have got lost, that ambition. The way to restore ambition of Paris is for the non-state actors, like the faiths, like the business community, like the broader civil society, cultural institutions, to have a collective mechanism to show our commitment. So if the NDC is the national commitment, we should have the youth commitment, the faith commitment that collectively brings the people's commitment. And yeah, so that's what we're launching, the proposal. We don't have it all worked out. You know, a proposal like this is huge. It's potentially can change, like it can help to build that planetary movement. But we need to do it together. It needs to be a road, a journey. We leave Belém going towards the next COP with a concrete proposal. We need a decision in the COP, this COP, to say the global ethical stocktake will continue to the next COP. And as part of that, we will commit to having a much more enhanced mechanism for civil society engagement, which we see as the PDCs.
So, I mean, it sounds like a good idea. I would love to dig far deeper into how it would be executed on the ground, which would be an interesting topic in itself. But just to move back slightly, I mean, I can understand the sense of frustration with the COP processes. I can understand the sense of frustration where somehow governments sign up to the science but don't actually fully implement what they know to be true. But as you say, we do have some glittering things that we can hold on to. I mean, the fact that solar power and wind power is cheaper than chips right now, you know, is like unbelievably good news. And also, you know, when you look at the private sector, right, I mean, and the cities, I mean, what they're delivering in terms of ambition is quite amazing, yeah? And NDCs are kind of interesting, and the Chinese one's always probably the most interesting because there's the Chinese actually having put on the table a very low emission reduction target, and some people say wow, and some people say yeah, and then you think, yeah, but China just completely overachieves every time. So it's a game of poker as well a bit with the NDCs. Poker with our future, I know, but poker, I don't know. There's some positive things from the business side, are there not? We don't have a city representative, but we have the private sector.
Definitely. I spent some time in Rio with mayors and business officials.
Yeah.
Well, let's face it, I think the NDCs also, it's a political bargain in some form. But when we look at China and how they're developing is incredible. I think what I'm very inspired by what Lorna was saying is that we just need to bring this to the attention of many people. The people can do many things. The first, you know, they can do things at home. They also can choose who they represent them, the politicians. They also can choose where they work for and what do they do for. And what I find is that one can feel that this is very difficult, as we are seeing. It is very difficult. We have the technologies, but it is a massive transformation, right? So this needs to be unprecedented. It can go right or wrong, but what I find that is very interesting is that there is hope. And that's what what the conference was about, is raising hope. Hope gives people an agency to act. And this is what is important, is that we together, faith groups, business, gender movements, people movements, we can choose to take action on climate. And that's what needs to come out of this. And that will empower governments to go a bit further with their commitments.
Don't you think, though, that we've got 89% that they say they want climate action, 89% of people. I've seen other surveys before in the past. There's a lot of, quotes, us out there, but sometimes we don't feel there's a lot of us out there. Now, how do we connect that? Is it because nobody's talking about it on the bus? If you chat about it in the pub, people go, I don't want to talk about that, I want to talk about football. You know what I mean? How do we bring the us, the many who realize we need to do something, into the local community so when they're shopping, it's not weird to talk about why you're buying something versus something else? You know what? I just feel there's a bit of a bridge to be built here somewhere. Well, maybe the bishop can have a go.
I could start. Yeah. Well, I agree with what Lorna said. I think we're reaching a tipping point in terms of so many parts of society, business, civil society, faith leaders or faith communities coming together. And I mean, there's also science to show that in order for a tipping point, a positive tipping point to be reached, you don't need a majority of the population. You need about 20-25%, and the snowball will start rolling. And I think to get people on board, because there was a recent survey in Sweden showing that 75% won't expect our government to live up to their climate decisions, the laws. And they're not. So I think what we lack maybe is leadership, at least in my own country, a political leadership. And lacking that, I think we need to get together. I do that a lot of the time. I meet other civil society actors. I meet business leaders. They are coming along, at least some of them. Like you said, they understand that there's also money in this in the far future. And so I don't think we can sit around waiting for the political leadership. We as movements, people's movements of different kinds, we need to see each other, acknowledge each other, and join hands, I think.
Lorna, you make a comment, then I'm just going to go and find out if Amanda is still with us.
Yeah, so to me, two words that resonate are trust and agency. We have a huge problem across democracies of lack of trust in institutions. So people are, like with social media, there's so much fake news, and we know now with the climate situation that there's a lot of fake news circulating. So to me, one, how do we restore trust? And I think the faith communities have they come up as one of the most trusted organisations. So we find those trusted communities. And the other one, as you said, is a sense of agency. People are bamboozled by this whole thing. Like, is it true? Is that happening? Is it not happening? What can I do? But I think we need to change this from what can I to what can we do together.
Yeah. Maybe it's not bad to be absolutist as well. I mean, I took an electric car journey from San Francisco to New York from a conference in 2018 where Jerry Brown was running something in California. And we went to a town that had been destroyed by a tornado. The bishop there was not interested in hearing the word climate change. Neither was the mayor. But they were rebuilding with solar power and everything else. So we left our interview as, well, okay, they don't believe in climate change, but they're building back with solar. Okay, that's fine. Sometimes it doesn't have to be that you agree with everybody's, whole statement. But if your action is in the right direction and it's care and understanding, maybe it's okay, Yeah, is Amanda with us or not? Amanda?
Yes, I'm absolutely here, and I would love
Yeah, just
to
jump in, because it's easy to forget the Zoom caller.
Yeah, thank you so much. I love this word bamboozled is a really good one. And I can tell you that 10 years ago, when we were negotiating the Sustainable Development Goals, which led into Paris, the vast majority of my colleagues at the United Nations did not understand the science. Now, some of them may be grumpy that I'm calling them out. Neither did I. And I think this is why it's so important to have this, and I'm now holding it up so you can see Parliamentarians' Global Guide. It's really easy to understand. So tomorrow you will get a copy, everybody. But I wanted to tell a story of how local action here in Hawaii, where I'm based, really made a difference. And this was through a philanthropist called Hank Rogers, who started a whole movement by encouraging kids to go door to door to have conversations and to change light bulbs in 300,000 households to LEDs. So this was the beginning of a movement. Then the kids actually drew on the pavements where sea level rise would be. And we're an island. We already have documented sea level rise and more to come. And this began to engage people's perception on what could happen. Then the point that was made about how much cheaper action is with renewables now. The cost curve has come down 90%. And as an economist, I can also tell you we are still subsidizing fossil fuels, $7.1 trillion with a T, dollars a year. And the IMF and the World Bank estimate that if we got rid of those subsidies, repurposed them, we would have a drop in emissions of 3/4 of where we need to be by 2030. So ridiculously, we are actually subsidizing ourselves into oblivion. So here in Hawaii, as these facts came out, Hank was actually able to engage the local legislature and get bipartisan agreement to Hawaii being 100% renewable energy by 2045. And that comment you made about that event hosted by Governor Brown, that was the Global Climate Action Summit, where he announced that California was following Hawaii's lead and committing to 100% renewable energy by 2045. So a whole movement started, and despite the US withdrawing from Paris, over 50% of Americans are covered by a commitment at the state level to renewable energy. And now I'd like to make an invitation to everybody watching. If you would like to commit to 100% renewable energy, we at the Blue Planet Alliance will pay for you to come to Hawaii, learn the journey here that in fact has been a very rapid one from only 5% renewable to 40% in 10 years. It's in May and October, so please let us know, and we would love to invite you here and help you join the movement.
Okay, so I mean, a good point there was you trust people you know in your community. Yeah, which is a bit of the point you were making about the church or other faiths. Let's not just be the Catholic Church, so other faiths too. Or friends, right. Haley, carry on with that theme. Or...
Yes, I was going to mention that one of the biggest challenges in addressing the climate crisis is that it's also a communications crisis. There is mass disinformation. There's also the fact that climate change has become political. Unfortunately, you know, the right to clean air, water, food on your table, access to energy, all these things are becoming very political when they should be seen as our basic rights. And I think at the human level, which is often not in a lot of these conversations and spaces, we all can agree that, you know, we need these things, but also we value these things with our communities. And so when we're leaving people out of the decision-making processes like NDCs, which should be setting these big, you know, big targets, big goals that they should either be achieved or surpassed, we leave people out. We're leaving solutions off the table, most importantly. And when people don't feel like there's a pathway for empowerment to other jobs in other places, for example, there's about 50% of young people right now are leaving their job because their job doesn't care about climate change. But where are they going? There's not that many jobs right now in the market, not enough rather, to support that big growth. At the same time, we're suffering economic crises, housing crises, cost of living crises, and there's another bunch of young people that are saying, well, you know, I have to go pay bills now, and I can't do the climate justice work anymore because it's, you know, mostly volunteer. Care About Climate is primarily volunteer-run organization. We all do school, jobs, other things at the same time when we're trying to build a movement and build community. And we do it because we care, but because we're trying to shift that narrative. Yeah. And so being a part of things like the Parliamentarians Global Guide on Climate and joining that youth forward and giving that statement in the beginning really shows that, like, youth, we're still here. We care about climate change much as we do. The Paris Agreement is not being achieved yet, not because the agreement itself is failing, but because political will is failing. And we're showing that we still have a lot of power and agency to hopefully step up and change that.
So maybe, you know, I mean, disinformation has always been accompanying the climate process since the beginning. But now the disinformation is quite shrill and loud and endless. Could it be that, in fact, we're not losing, we're actually winning? And that the oil and gas industry knows their numbers up. I mean, you know as well as I do. I mean, not only renewables far more cheaper now than oil and gas, but also the oil companies are not really investing in new oil anymore. They're just holding on to what they've got, right?
I think, well, yes, we know you're completely right that the only issue we have now is with so much misinformation, some people or companies might be confused. Mm-hmm. Because they don't know what is right or what is wrong. And so we need to reach to them where they are. So that's why you said before, maybe we don't talk about climate, we talk about energy, jobs, security, competitiveness. Mm-hmm. Maybe we don't talk about climate impacts, but we talk about air pollution and which we are experiencing here, etc. And now let me tell you, anyone that is listening, imagine you have a bus that is coming and you have your kids and the bus is going to take your kids. What do? You rush to take it and to defend them, right? Well, let me tell you about this panel. When we started, we are all a little bit tired, but the energy that you can see in this panel is great. It is the same I felt with the mayors, it's the same I feel when business, it's the same I feel with even governments when they talk to business. We want to solve this. We want to save the children, friends, okay, because we care, okay? And I think this is very important, and it gives the agency that we spoke before for people to take action. Wherever you are, you can take action and you can be part of the solution.
We've got just 1 minute left. A quick word from you. I mean, is this productive? I mean, do you feel that there are more and more people forming alliances on this topic?
And I think we need to look at how we bring it forward. And I wanted to say to the audience, if they want to find out more about the proposal of the PDCs, then they can look at the website we've created as a kind of holding space for the proposal. It's raisinghope.earth/action. raisinghope.earth/action. So if they want to log on, they can sign up just to be involved, and then we will discuss with others how we move this forward and start to create from now until the COP next year the people's determined contributions.
Maybe people need to find other like-minded people who share their values, because again, it's not weird to be interested in the future of your planet. It's not weird to want to have clean energy. It's not weird. This is actually normal. People really should be, you know, it should be a normal thing, right? And it is a normal thing. If there's 89% out there think about these topics, then it's the majority.
And across the political spectrum.
Yeah. And across the political spectrum, yeah.
Both whether you are a Republican or a Democrat, you care about the air you breathe, okay? And this is important for everybody, wherever you sit in the political spectrum.
I think that, you know, two important points are that we need to get outside more, reconnect with nature and our surroundings, and really understand, touch grass, as we say, to really understand what it is we are protecting and to reconnect with that. And to secondly is, you know, don't be afraid to accept that the fossil fuel industry is dying, and it is, whether it wants to accept it or not, it's not weird, as you're saying, to accept that truth. And the sooner that we can accept that, the sooner we can adopt a just transition, which will help solve things like gender inequality, poverty, hunger, all these different elements of sustainable development art with people, and trying to solve the climate crisis first will be the avenue and the gateway to solving all of the other problems that affect so many communities. So don't be afraid to talk about climate change, and if you are, come talk to me. I'm happy to talk to you. I grew up in a conservative state, and new ways, new language to help make sure everyone's on board.
Yeah. And it's been said before, but the Stone Age didn't end for lack of stones, did it? It ended because there were loads of stones around, but they found a better way to do things. Okay, good. I'm sorry, we've run over time. It's been really lovely to have you all here. Thank you very much indeed, and best of luck with your work, and keep it up.
Thank you.
Bump, please.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Well, hello everybody. We're here in the We Don't Have Time Pavilion, and you can see my hat on, Make Science Great Again. It is absolutely key as we talk climate change here and the transformative adaptation, which will be the topic of our discussion today. that it is grounded in sound science. And we're happy in this pavilion here as the Planetary Guardians. And I have two great representatives with me to embark on the debate of transformative adaptation. We first have Sia here, well known to everybody, probably the biggest fighter for the rights of indigenous people and just transition that I know, and a wonderful Planetary Guardian. We were just in Indonesia for a week. One of the great countries that needs to transform to a more sustainable system. You're Mexican yourself, but I know you're a global citizen fighting for global justice for everybody, and we'll talk about it in a minute. And Tim from Exeter, Tim and I were not long ago at the Tipping Point conference that he always organizes. He is probably one of the key authorities, I would call it, in the world of how do we truly drive these tipping points. We all talk many of our promises, we all talk many of our projects that we have, but can we really drive change at scale? And that's the topic of today's discussion, transformative adaptation. Starting with you on a simple question here, what is transformative adaptation to you?
Well, thank you so much, Paul, for having this space for us today, and to We Don't Have Time team for making this possible. I mean, for me, what transformative adaptation means is that we are really making sure that the future, my generation, and everybody who's suffering from the immense impacts of the climate crisis and destructive industries today, like that becomes part of our past, that we seeing lives, territories, people, and the future as expendable. Because right now we're heading to where we're acting as if these climate impacts are not going to deeply destroy our societies, our cohesiveness, our culture, and also our aspirations. I think a lot about how in indigenous communities we have very close relationships to our land, where we know what the water cycle will be and the harvesting cycle will be. And when those things start to be broken because of the climate crisis, then we are out of tune to our own knowledge. And if that happens, then how do you adapt culture? How do you adapt tradition? How do you adapt creation stories? It's beyond just the physical infrastructure, the lives. It's also what makes our identities, so deeply rooted. So transformative adaptation is recognizing that the systems that we're going to build in the future cannot be rooted in the same extractivism that has created the current issue today.
With one follow-up question, if I may, with the focus on having 5,000 indigenous peoples here, 20% of the Tropical Forest Forever Fund, if we can pull that off, going to indigenous people, transition financing for developing markets, topics that are being discussed here, from staying along the 1.5 degree target to adaptation, resilience building, to financing mechanisms, etc., are representing fully the people that you're fighting for so much?
I honestly don't think so, but that's okay. Yeah. Because we have the right of free, prior, and informed consent, and there's indigenous autonomous communities all over the Amazon, all over the world. And we are never going to be able to agree on something that covers all of us, because a centerpiece of indigenous communities is the autonomy. But what we do need to get to is a place where we feel like we can start to trust institutions again, where institutions are going to bring justice to us, where something like the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is going to be operationalized. And so we cannot say that one solution is going to fix it all. And a lot of the the finance proposals that we have today, like the TFFF, half of some indigenous people support it and some don't. And I think part of it is because of the fear that they will perpetuate mechanisms of debt to indigenous communities, and that forest will be really not preserved but lost. So we have to be super clear, what does this mechanism mean, so that people can start to trust. Imagine if you're in an indigenous community and somebody told you like carbon markets work, but then the forest just got destroyed and they planted one species and then the biodiversity was lost. You would start to lose trust. And so what we need is to repair trust, we need to listen deeply, and we need to build collectively. I think we are in a good position. I think this is the COP with the most indigenous presence ever. But what really matters is participation that is meaningful, and that means participation in which people can come into spaces and actually co-create a negotiation text together. Because to having delegates walking in the halls, that's not real inclusion all the time.
Sure. And, in summary, putting humanity at the center, which is what I like about the work you're doing.
Putting life at the center.
Putting life at the center, yeah, for sure. Tim, what does it mean to you?
For me, Paul, transformative adaptation means positively tipping how a community lives so that they're much more resilient to some of the unavoidable changes in the climate and the rest of the Earth system that are coming. And we know a lot of people in the world are already stuck in what are called poverty traps, but there are some examples where you can positively tip out of that situation and get into a much better, more resilient place. Often it's about how you work with the ecosystem that you're part of. So, for example, in Honduras, in the mountainous regions where there's lots of soil erosion from conventional farming practices, they've seen that just adopting organic practices, using animal manure, things like this, can rebuild soil fertility, can get you out of the trap. The trap tends to be that people are so poor, they're degrading their resource base because they don't have the means to better it, and that's the only strategy left. In this case, organic practices, suddenly you don't have to pay so much for fertilizers or other inputs. You get the soil back, you get productivity back, you're making an organic crop, it'll raise more at the market if you can get it to market. That helps bring you out of the trap into a place where you can feed the earnings back into the ecosystem and build back into a much more flourishing place. And of course it's a more resilient place than in a changing climate. So I've been compiling a bunch of these case studies and examples because I think there's transferable knowledge there as well for communities, and that's what we need. We need to facilitate a kind of social learning where this didn't work for us. People can learn that from each other to adapt faster because frankly the climate's changing faster as well.
And it's seeing it as a holistic systems change. It's about livelihoods. It's about repairing biodiversity, restoring soil health, healthier food, education. It is this holisticness that
absolutely. I mean, one of my other favorite examples would be from Rajasthan, northern province in India, where there'd been massive kind of overexploitation of groundwater and old traditional practices had gone away, but this had left a really bad situation. There wasn't enough water to support a community. The men had left for the cities, education was suffering, women having to walk miles to get water, the trees are dying, blah, blah. So the transformation started to happen when they started to go back to traditional practices, which is essentially dig out what were now silted up artificial reservoirs that capture the monsoonal rains and then let them infiltrate and refill the water table. And as soon as they started to re-dig out the jahadi, as they'd be called, they realized, the wells are filling up again. Let's do more of this. So that particular groundwater management initiative, not only did it spread like wildfire once people realized it, but also it brought back a better society. It brought the men back from the cities. It gave the kids time to study. It was a holistic systems view.
So the private sector, what would you say to them? That this is an incredibly investable opportunity now, the whole area of adaptation.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the private sector, you might disagree, but I think they've been a bit slow realizing the incredible opportunity space with very bankable investments of all kinds. In a lot of this, in other contexts, would be also about more resilient infrastructure, and investing in infrastructure is usually a great return on investment, and you usually have government backing securing those kind of projects. So yeah, I'd love to see, and I think finance is switching on to this, I'd love to see that narrative turn into more and more action to invest in supporting communities to regenerate, get to a more resilient place. But it is important that the general lesson is you've got to empower communities to own these initiatives where you can.
Bring it from the bottom up.
From the bottom up, yeah.
What are some of your best examples you've seen in transformative adaptation and all the things you've been involved in?
So it's actually really hard to give clear examples on adaptation because it has been so neglected in the COP process internationally, because mitigation actually gets so much more of the funding. We have the
90% of the funding still goes there. Yeah.
I didn't know that was a number. 90% of the funding going to mitigation. And so we have in the UN space the mitigation goal, which is 1.5 degrees of warming. But we have no example for an adaptation goal. For example, we could say by 2050, all cities that are at risk of coastal sea level rise have to move inland, or the populations have to be moved all by 2075. That language isn't even in our repertoire because we haven't gotten that practice. And so I know that for this COP, they're working on the global goal of adaptation, where they got submissions of over 4,000 measures of adaptation. They brought it down to 400, and now they want to end this COP with 100 measures of adaptation. And I'm really curious to see what those will be. Is it going to be adaptation to heat? Is it going to be to flood, to storms, to hurricanes? And when we talk about the reality of how deeply the climate impacts, the climate crisis is impacting livelihoods. I mean, just this summer, we've seen floods in Mexico as we had never seen before. A whole community wiped away by a river that grew, you know, tremendously. And so the best examples to answer your questions that I've seen on adaptation is really, I think to your point, going back to ways to relate to the land that make the land resilient. So how do we make sure that the land is able to absorb water because the forest is growing? Or mangroves are an incredible example of how you can both do lots of carbon sinking, but also protection for stronger storms. And, you know, many times it's really asking people, like, what do you need for your life to be more livable? Because that is the questions that we need to ask with adaptation.
I was very excited this morning to be part of a session on climate and health, that and especially when it gets to cities, that people now understand the importance really of preparing ourselves for that. If our current trajectory projects 14 to 15 million more people dying because of heat exposure, you know, in the next 20, 30 years, think about the cost to our systems, or the cost to our health systems that we have now. So it was good to see actually the alliances of cities, and then the foundations, the philanthropic sector pledging nearly $1 billion in action there together. So that would be an example of a tipping point, putting people central in all we do.
And I think you hit it right in the head that adaptation is really about health, because we are going to see more sickness, more heat stress, more deaths, just from how different our environments are going to be. And we're feeling it in Belém. I mean, all of us probably have never been so, from the global north or from the cooler places, have never been in a place so humid for so long, where even inside of the negotiation rooms, we need to have these huge fans, because if not, we could not function. And what can heat have on our stress levels, the impact of heat on our stress levels? Maybe there'll be a study on the impact of heat on, like, the fluidity of negotiations or something. You know, we're in territory never seen before.
No, it's a good example that if you play with the thermostat of planet Earth, this is what you get. And I think it's courageous from the Brazilians to have the conference here. And where nature, humanity, economy, social justice actually come together. And I'm glad we're all experiencing some level of discomfort, because if we really want to change the things we're talking about, a certain level of discomfort is probably good. What, mindful of the time we have, what you are going to be here for 2 weeks, which is tremendous, and you've been here nearly a week now, and in other parts of Brazil as well. What are the things that you've concretely seen in the last few days that give you hope? You want to kick it off?
Well, in the brief time I had to go into the nearby rainforest here, which was incredible, it was actually heartening to find that. I mean, it's a bad news message, but it was heartening to hear that everybody I communicated with was saying, yeah, the climate's changing. I mean, the Brazil nut harvest was terrible in the last year. We met the 83-year-old guy who still sort of takes responsibility for the Brazil nut trees and also climbs the acai tree to get the berries. And he was just kind of just saying this is kind of real now. I mean, contrast that with the fact that the people who, the lead politicians in some of the key bits of the forest here are all populists who don't believe in climate change. But the people get it. The people know there's trouble and are struggling with it. And so that, I think this is this resonant message for me that we, the people, have got to make our collective voice more clearly heard. And I heard quite a lot of that here in a good way. It includes, for what it's worth, the Uber drivers I'm chatting to, just people, the runners I was out running with early on a Sunday morning in the park that's on the edge of the city, again into the forest, but it's still, as we were just saying, whoa, if you're a British person, pretty hot and humid. But it's pretty hot and humid for them, and we were having a chat running along about, the climate change is real, you know.
And as you say, it seems the whole city has embraced the conference.
Yeah,
Anybody you meet
they have.
is part of it.
And just broadening out a bit, I mean, you were rightly, Paul, highlighting, look, there's people are dying now, especially poorer people, the elderly, the young, the infirm, in kind of overheating, overhumid slums of megacities around the tropics. And yet, I mean, I've been involved in research in this myself. We see examples where more green space in the global south and tropical cities can just do a huge amount to ameliorate those heat and humidity extremes that are tragically killing people. And again, it's a systems view, but that for me would be an absolute priority area for investment, because we know in the global north, you know, already that within a city, of course, it tends to be where the rich people are, where there's more green space and more climate amelioration. So we really need to do some redistribution on that and invest in green space where the people who are suffering the most are. And that'll be great for nature as well. And we'll start to blend back then what you see very clearly in Belém, which is a very sharp boundary between city and ecosystem. We'll need to blur that boundary and let some of the ecosystem back in, especially into the less well-off edges, which is again a thing you see here in Belém. If you go, like I do, I go out running or whatever, as you move away from the center, you move into
the forest.
More and more challenging conditions for people.
And I saw that about $1 invested in that regeneration of the cities can give you up to a $30 return, which is a pretty good investment proposition itself for many
Incredible.
people. What are you the most enthusiastic about from all the things you've seen so far?
For me, it has to be, and I so agree with you, the way in which the city has embraced everyone coming here, but from a way that's coming really from the grassroots. So parallel to the COP, there's the People's COP, the Cúpula dos Povos, that is convening 3,000 leaders over 3 days to talk on 6 thematic axes, all speaking on what people want to see from leaders. And that's so important, because when we are not feeling heard inside of the official spaces, you need to create your own spaces and be able to propose. And I'm so excited for us proposing things, not just saying this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, but these are the solutions that we are coming up with. And you know, there's so much attention on the fossil fuel drilling that they want to do in the headwaters of the Amazon, and there's a lot of attention on what's going on with different fossil fuel projects across the world. And I think the climate movement is just being able to develop our red lines very clearly. No fossil fuels, no fossil fuel investments, no fracking. Natural gas is not a transition fuel. And if we are able to keep doing that in ways that we can really just be super clear as a movement on where we're going, that it just gives me so much hope that we can articulate ourselves better. And I think we all agree that what we need now more than ever is the finance going to mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. And if the global north is going to be serious about the historical responsibility to the climate crisis, they will create mechanisms that work to actually make sure that communities are able to get away from fossil fuels and adapt to the worst impacts of climate change. So, and also, I think it gives me a lot of hope to see people who have been doing this for a long time, and they're still doing it, but from such a deep place of love.
Even more energized.
Yeah, they're here because they love life so deeply that they will give everything to protect it. And it makes me feel very, very hopeful just to know that I'm not alone, that we're not the crazy ones. We're actually defining the new normal.
Well, I want to thank you for that, because at a time that too many people go silent, it's actually important that we have the voices speak out and speak out loudly, driven by morality, but also by common sense now. These two are intersecting at a rate that is probably has come to us faster than at any time, you know. In the beginning, we had to convince people that there was a problem in the making, but that we had to invest in it. Now I think more and more people understand that actually this is probably the best investment opportunity we have to take care of the challenges now. The economics have changed thanks to technology, thanks to scaling some of the things, thanks to some of the signals from the marketplace. We're probably in a better position to accelerate now and listen to these voices than we've been in any time in this climate movement. Now, if you agree with that?
Absolutely, and I think what's also becoming clear, especially for some of the poorest people on the planet, is there's a really nice synergy between the progress that's being made on mitigation in the form of the cheapest electricity ever from solar combined with battery storage, and bringing that access to electricity to the people who've never had it. 700 million of them, 600 million in sub-Saharan Africa. We think of that as part of mitigation and also, I think, part of development. But that's going to be crucial for their transformative adaptation, because once you've got electricity, you've got some more options to keep your food in a good place, for your education of your kids when it's dark, to run your business into the dark hours. It's just, you know, these two things that can be one and the same. And I think that doesn't get stressed enough, the kind of synergies and co-benefits that can come together.
Yeah, we have two constituents that are watching us right now. Millions of people out there who probably agree with you, but are wondering, what can I do? Because I'm not at the COP, but I'm interested in it, hence that's why they're listening. And we have some people here that we call the negotiators or the politicians. If you would have a message for each of them, what would you tell them?
So first, to the people who are watching and they don't know what to do, because I think this is the hardest question we get in the climate movement. I think we just need to, number one, recognize that we have a deep problem going on in the world right now. Thus, everything has to change. All of our behavior, our aspirations, our definitions of progress and success have to change. Number three, we need to defend those at the front lines who are defending life. And number four, we need to be able to put the best available science at the center of every single decision. Yeah. And that, for me, is the planetary boundary science, because we're having this yearly planetary health check that tells people how the planet is doing and where we need to go. So the tools are there. We need to talk about it. We can't be silent when we need everybody's voice for transformation. And then for the negotiators, what I would tell them is they really need to stop stalling on adaptation negotiations and also on just transition, and we need to be able to get these agreements. Right now, people are discussing the Just Transition Action Plan. We need to be able to put it forward so that we can operationalize it, and we need a mechanism, because right now we have what is called a work program, which means like it might disappear and we might never have it again. Yeah. And a mechanism means we are going to implement what we propose out there in the world, and that's why it's so important that countries bring their NDCs, their nationally determined contributions, forward, and that we have the finance to implement those NDCs.
Truly listening to the voices of the many who suffer and not the few who have the money.
And make things happen. It's been 30 years.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people here who've been in this before I was born.
Yeah.
And that we
Don't give away your age.
I mean, we grew up in a world where we've been trying to get together to figure out what to do for so long, and we're running out of time, and no other problem has been like this. Yeah. So we have to, we don't have time, right? We have to stop imagining that the time will be there for us, because kids are growing up and new generations are coming, and you can't sell them out.
Clock is ticking. Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, so
2 messages.
I think for all of us, we need to realize the agency we have to be part of a change that can become self-propelling. You know, our adoption, including of clean technologies, helps make it cheaper better, more accessible to the next person, more attractive to adopt, and that can reach a positive tipping point on the mitigation front. We've seen that already for solar energy, and it's happening for electrifying mobility. It needs to happen more widely. But there are, as I touched on earlier, there are positive tipping points to seize in changing our relationship with nature, regenerating our ecosystems, and participating in that, starting the change. You're helping amplify the change. So we should feel that agency. We could take matters to a degree into our own hands, because we're all disillusioned by the top-down governance failures. But for the negotiators, for the nearly 80% of people who live in fossil fuel importing countries, the representatives of those nations find each other, because you're losing money and ruining the planet and yourselves in the bargain. I mean, you've got a whole lot of reasons to club together and form alliances to seize a better future together, and it'll immediately benefit the basics like your balance of trade and your economy, and that gives you the basis to have the resource to do transformative adaptation. So all this stuff fits together in a systems view where we don't need everybody to agree on everything, because they never will, because there are vested interests, and there are the minority who are the fossil fuel exporters, but they're the minority. So it's about a significant fraction of the majority forming the critical mass that will ultimately tip everyone to change.
Yeah, well said, well said. Well, we're coming to the end. We're here, obviously, we don't have time, so we need to spend our time as well on other things to be sure that we get the right outcome. But as planetary guardians, we do one thing every day, and that is that we elect the planetary guardian of the day. And it is your honor to announce who today is for us the planetary guardian.
Yes. So the planetary guardian of the day is Indigenous peoples.
Wow.
Because Indigenous peoples protect most of the world's biodiversity. We know how to live in harmony with Mother Earth. We know what is needed for our futures to be possible in this planet. Most of the knowledge on how life can go forward comes from Indigenous communities. And we honor Indigenous peoples today at this COP because the voice of the earth comes through Indigenous communities. And that's the voice that has been missing out of negotiation rooms. So it is our honor as planetary guardians to give the guardianship of the day to Indigenous peoples, not only here in Brazil, but all over the world.
Well, thank you for doing that and saying it so eloquently, and thanks, obviously, congratulations to all the Indigenous peoples here and the ones out there that protect at least 80% plus of our biodiversity and being the best stewards of the earth. Tim, Sia, thanks for this wonderful conversation, but more importantly, thanks for what you're doing. Onwards and upwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. This was a fast break, but we're quick here in the Nordics, always on time, right?
Yeah.
And we're going to dig deeper into a subject that I think many are very interested in. This is said by the President Lula of Brazil to be the COP of truth. And in order to live up to that, we need to have sometimes difficult conversation around difficult topics. And we don't have the Brazilian here, but we have another country in the Nordics that also have a lot of oil, and that's Norway. And before we're focusing on Norway, I would like to focus a little bit on Brazil. If we can bring up a graph here, I will set the stage for what we're going to discuss today. Brazil is actually doing a lot for the climate. Since Lula came into power, he has done an amazing job, the new government in Brazil, to cut deforestation a lot. And Brazil has also a new record on renewable energy, 88% in the electric grid, and that's kind of huge for this big country that is almost as big as Europe. But the downside on this is that they are doing it very much by finance those plans by expanding oil. So this is a little bit schizophrenic. On one hand, the curves are pointing in the very right direction, and on the other hand, it's pointing in the wrong direction. And if we focus on Norway now, I think if the TV team can take away the graph, maybe would be great. They're getting tired here. It's the last session of today. So if we focus on Norway, with me I have the Norwegian Climate Minister Andreas Bjelland Eriksen. Welcome here.
Thank you so much for having me.
And I know that Norway are doing amazing things for the climate, and you also have a lot of oil. But before we talk about the oil stuff, let's talk about the amazing things. I mean, one thing, if you drive a car in Norway, it's very hard to find somewhere to fill up your tank because most cars are electric. So, I mean, let's brag a little bit here. What are you most proud of as a Norwegian Environment Minister coming here to COP to say to others what Norway are doing in driving the green transition forward?
So I think what we have been successful at doing in Norway is deploying technologies at scale and showing that it's possible to do that quite rapidly. You mentioned electric vehicles, and 10 years ago, about 20% of new cars sold in Norway were fully electric vehicles. Today it's 100%.
It's 100%?
100%. So all new cars basically sold in Norway are fully electric vehicles. And that is supported by an infrastructure for charging your car, which is available pretty much everywhere in the country. So the infrastructure is no barrier. We have had strong economics incentives to choose electric vehicles. Now we actually see that we can scale them back a little bit because in many ways our targets have been achieved. And I would say we have also really started delving into the electrification of more heavy-duty transport, for example, which we see grow quite rapidly as well. And that means that in about 10, 15 years' time, we actually see that we're phasing out emissions of road transportation, which is quite amazing because transportation is about 30% of Norwegian total emissions. So it means that it's really possible to do big things in big sectors at quite a short period of time if you have a holistic approach, combining some support, some infrastructure development plans with the right types of technology.
And if you look back on this amazing achievement, what was the magic bullet? Was it smart policy, or was it that you've thrown in a lot of money in building infrastructure and you really, finance it, or was it a combination? What would you say was the biggest success in it?
So to me, in many ways, when we design climate policies, we have three things in our toolbox that we can utilize. We have CO2 pricing, and CO2 pricing is almost always important.
And the CO2 pricing that hits the consumer when they are filling up the car.
Yeah, so we've had a domestic CO2 tax for petrol, which has been gradually increased over time, thus favoring green solutions.
I must ask here, because I'm from Sweden, and there's a lot of political debate around the price of gasoline.
Yeah.
That our new government, the first thing they did was take away everything that made it expensive to make it cheaper. Now it's much cheaper. How expensive is gasoline in Norway compared to Sweden? Do you know that?
Yeah, it's a little bit more due to taxes, but at the same time, I think if you have a long-term perspective on how you increase the domestic CO2 tax, it's fully possible to do it because people will transition gradually, and you could also put in place policies that safeguard people. So now, with the budget we have proposed for Parliament now, we take this extra CO2 tax income that we get and we give it back to people through disbursements in lower income taxes, for example.
Okay, so it's not like the government take the money and run with it. It's like you distribute it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is basically to the two other tools that we have in our toolbox. In addition to the domestic CO2 tax, it's of course rules and regulations which we can apply, and it's also various types of government support. And I want to highlight for EVs, government support was crucial to get infrastructure going.
Yeah.
So we had a market-based approach where we said that those who could build fast chargers in the major road connections that we have in Norway for the least cost, they would receive funding to be able to bridge sort of the gap. And then by doing that, quite rapidly, we could go over to a fully market-based approach, where the infrastructure is not now being supported by government. It's being built on commercial demand, based on demand in the market, because government support will always be limited. So you need to target it to sort of do something about the chicken and egg problem, right?
Yeah.
And solve that in an initial phase. But then you can take away government support and allow the market to develop the rest.
And the public support, were the skeptics from the beginning and now they're embracing it? Or if you do a poll of the public opinion, what do you say people think of this?
So it's quite fascinating, actually, that where I come from, Stavanger, which is traditionally the oil and gas capital of Norway.
And you have a background from that industry as well, right?
I've done most of my work has been as an energy regulator in the renewable sector, but I've also been a state secretary in what was then the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, which is the Ministry of Energy today, also working on some oil and gas projects there. But I think there, in my region, Stavanger was one of the first regions in Norway where owning a Tesla back then.
Yeah.
When Tesla was still.
And did you drive a Tesla where you were working in oil?
No, I didn't do that actually, because I didn't have a car at the time. And
that's also very environment friendly.
Only worked on oil and gas policies as a politician, not in the business. But there, the oil engineers working in Stavanger were the first people in Norway to buy a Tesla.
Because they can afford it, because of the salary?
I think it became cool.
Okay.
And then it became cool for a certain part of the population who is a little bit tech geeks. You know, those guys who always buy the next smartphone.
I think I'm one of them. Not always the most environment friendly to buy the new stuff.
No, perhaps not, but they're quite important demonstrators for sort of the bit laggers behind people. Because when they saw their neighbors driving an EV car and that it worked during the cold winter, for example, it became easier for more people to deploy the technology as well. And then suddenly you hit the critical mass where it's just so that it's on everybody's mind on buying an EV car if you're getting a new car.
And I can imagine now no one is against this because they're just not buying them.
No, and they work very well, and we see that. The number of fossil fuel combustion engine cars is falling quite rapidly. Obviously, for petrol stations, the demand for the product is falling quite rapidly. While there is a new exciting thing increasing, and also increasing opportunities for a lot of the old gas stations, because you stay a little bit longer.
You need to buy some food.
When you charge your car than when you fill it up with petrol. So then you actually stay there and you buy a sausage and a soda and actually spend some money as well.
Soda's very expensive in Norway because you have the sugar tax.
Soda is quite expensive, but it's not worse than that you're doing fine.
So where are you? This is kind of, the EV was a low-hanging fruit, maybe not the lowest because not many other countries have made it so successful as Norway. But there are now some competing countries that are catching up, absolutely. Where are you taking this next behind just road transport? What is next big thing for Norway to achieve your climate target?
So just to start, I think the fact that we have been sort of a technology development market, a first mover market for EVs, has actually had a quite big impact globally as well. And if you look at the Paris Agreement and the targets for EVs, it's actually one of the targets that it seems we're going to reach ahead of time, 3 years ahead of time. The figure
globally.
That was the target globally, the figure that was the target for 2030 on global EV deployment. So that is really a success story. And now I think we're delving into new technologies. One of the most important is certainly carbon capture and storage. And carbon capture and storage is sometimes a technology that is met with a bit of skepticism.
Yes, it is.
Understandably, because some people think that it's sort of oil and gas way of legitimizing themselves for the future.
Yeah.
But remember that no net zero scenarios basically include no carbon capture and storage. Because certain areas, cement industry, which is a big polluter globally, and we're going to need cement in the future as well.
Yeah.
Waste incineration plants, which are also going to be important for the future, they cannot decarbonize without carbon capture and storage as a technology. So now this year we opened the world's first full-scale value chain for carbon capture and storage, permanently storing it under the Norwegian continental shelf.
Putting it back where it belongs.
Putting it back where it belongs. This we have actually done for 30 years in Norway already.
Okay, how come? In what?
Because we put in place a CO2 tax for the petroleum industry in the 1990s.
Yeah.
So for certain of the oil fields, they found it cheaper to store and permanently, or capture and permanently store their CO2 emissions below the Norwegian continental shelf, injecting it back.
So when they extract the oil, they get carbon dioxide emission that they are capturing and storing.
Because they basically have a gas power plant on the...
and they don't need to pay as much carbon tax.
And then they save the carbon tax. And the great thing about the fact that they have done that is that we now have 30 years of time series for this actually working. We can know the pressure under the Norwegian continental shelf is really high.
Yeah.
The carbon actually crystallizes over time, making sure that it's permanently stored there, which is also a great opportunity for the cement industry, waste incineration plants, others that want to utilize carbon capture and storage as a technology.
And so this is what you're basically saying, that you produce oil clean.
No, I don't like that as a metaphor, because oil and gas is always going to be part of the challenge that we're facing. And all sectors need to phase out emissions completely, also the oil and gas industry. So clean or unclean oil, I mean, the emissions from oil and gas is a problem. It's a problem in Norway, and it's a problem in all other countries.
Yeah.
And that should be the sort of perspective on how we need to work, phase out emissions from all sectors going forward.
So will Norway support a phase out of fossil fuel at this COP?
We are supporting that language, and we were strong proponents of that in the GST work in Dubai as well, where we finally were able to say transition away from fossil fuels. And I think we have been very strong on that in the European policy debate as well. Remember, Europe is a little bit different from many other regions because we have a very strong climate policy in place for all sectors already today, including the oil and gas sector. And to me, at least, some people sometimes say or ask if it's difficult to come to a COP as an oil and gas producing country. To be honest, I don't think it's really much more difficult to be here as a producer than it is as a consumer.
No, I mean, if you read the media, you had a lot of lobbyists in your sector here as well.
Yeah, but I mean, there are lobbyists from all sectors, and lobbyists can be problematic if they try to divert us from the pathway where we're going to go in the future. But the fact that the oil and gas industry is present at the discussions, that is the right thing to do. They should be, because they are both a part of the problem and a part of the solution to what we need to do going forward.
I agree, they should be part of the solution. But if you look into big oil, it's not just that they are still extracting more and more oil in many cases and investing less in clean tech. It's also that there's a lot of money going into delaying the green transition. Spreading false narrative around the climate crisis, etc. I'm not saying Norway is doing this, but it exists out there. So the public trust in big oil is saying that we're going to be part of the solution, capturing our oil, and all is fine. I don't see that many are trusting that. And for myself, I don't really see it happening on scale yet. But it's really promising that Norway, or, I mean, if you have done what you have done with EV, and if you succeed on doing that in carbon capturing, you really deserve the climate love there. But you're not really there yet. And what I think is a little bit problematic here, and not just a little bit, quite big problematic, is the fact that Norway is not just drilling the oil you have found back in the in the history, you're constantly searching for more oil, giving more oil licenses, like this country did 2 weeks before this COP. The Brazil government were approving new oil drilling, and as you saw in the graph, it's expanding. Norway is not expanding the output as much, but you're doing everything you can to keep the output going. If we look into all the science, it doesn't really matter if you're drilling this oil, capturing the emission by doing the drilling. If you're selling this to someone that are burning it, it will end up in the atmosphere and it will heat the planet and it will not be part of the solution. How do you see that the product you're selling is very problematic when it burns? And I mean, when you sell oil, you don't have a condition that they need to capture it, right? And I don't think you will have that policy in place, because I don't think you will find so many oil customers doing it.
It's not completely true, actually, what you say. And this is coming back to the European climate policies.
Okay.
Because this is where we have a different regulation for Norway than basically any other oil and gas producer in the world. Remember, we are delivering 100% of the gas that we produce to the European market. Everything. And it's basically locked into the European market because of the gas network transportation that we have. We have very little LNG capacity. So basically,
you don't export it to Russia.
Everything's going to Europe. And also 85% of Norwegian oil production is being landed in Europe. And due to transactional costs, it's not going to be delivered anywhere else. It's too far from the Indian market.
Sure, but it's not like Europe are capturing when they burn it.
Just allow me to finish my point here. And the point is that the major problem globally, basically, is that we have no regulation globally to phase out the emissions from all sectors. I mean, oil and gas and transportation, land use, everything. But in Europe, we actually have that regulation in place because the European trading scheme, the quota system that we have in Europe, it goes to zero in 2040. And that means that unlike anywhere else globally, we have put a price on Norwegian oil and gas, both when it's produced in Norway and when it's consumed in Europe. And furthermore, we have set a net zero date for Norwegian oil and gas, because it has to be net zero by 2040. Then we can discuss, and that is a really important discussion. Is that realistic that that is going to happen in 15 years' time in Europe? And there are some signals from the market saying that they invest too little in renewables, in infrastructure to be able to actually achieve that. But the plan is actually there already, and that is something that the Norwegian oil and gas companies have to follow in the same way that Swedish industry companies have to follow.
But when your oil companies are going to the bank to fund new oil extraction, do you say that they have in their, in their Excel sheet that they will sell 0 barrels of oil in 2040?
No,
I don't think they will get so much funding for new oil infrastructure if that's the case.
But this is quite fascinating when you look at new licenses. I mean, our production graph in Norway is that we're going to reduce production by 70% by 2050 currently. So that is the production estimates with the current policies that we have in place right now. And if you look at new licenses, approximately 92% of new licenses that are given close to existing infrastructure. Why is that? Well, because those are the small projects that you can develop as satellites close to existing projects that can deliver in the near-term future to the European market. Why are they the majority of projects that companies actually can fund with a bank? It is because the banks say the risk, the policy risk for going very far away, long away from existing infrastructure is so high that the risk premium is extremely high as well, thus making it unprofitable to actually finance those structures.
But
and that is exactly what I think we want to do with policy to be able to make this transformation.
I'm thinking of those 8% that is not close. Isn't it a lot of discussion about drilling in the Arctic, opening new oil drilling, or am I wrong there?
There are some projects also in the north, in the
very sensitive area for.
Well, it depends a bit. Some of those areas are very sensitive. Some of them are not necessarily sensitive. So it depends. There you need a thorough study of the concrete areas. But that's true. That's some of the projects. But I mean, and this is my meaning. But if we're going to be successful with the transition and to phase out emissions from all sectors, I think putting the risk on the companies and then being really tough on public policy, that is the way to achieve that in practice. So if we can tie ourselves to the emission reductions in the ETS system going forward, and the oil and gas companies having to abide by that, it's a really good strategy of actually making it.
And you're the environment minister of Norway. If I will have your prime minister here, would you agree 100% with each other?
He will agree 100% with me that it's a good thing that the ETS system goes to zero in 2040.
That was a political answer. Will he agree on?
Yes, he will agree on that. And then exactly how much the oil and gas companies can produce, for example, for the future, there will be different views upon that in Norway, as there would in Sweden or any other European country.
Yeah, of course. That's why we have this dialogue.
But the phase out of emissions and the connection to the European climate policy, that's a really strong.
But what you say here is that because of this trading system and its closed slope in Europe, you're kind of pivoting towards ending of oil 2040, 2050, something like that.
Well, perhaps a little bit different. If I'm going to take a different perspective, we are trending towards phasing out emissions from oil and gas by 2040. But I mean, 20% of oil consumption in Europe today is petrochemical industry.
So you're still.
I think we're going to have petrochemical industry in Europe also after 2040. If gas can play a role as blue hydrogen or by having carbon capture and storage on gas plants to balance a renewable power market, that might be. But whether or not that will happen depends on market conditions. So that is basically the determinant of whether or not there will be room for some. It will, regardless, be much less than today, but some oil and gas in the European market also in the future.
Colombia, they are also having a lot of oil. And they are hosting later this year a fossil fuel phase-out summit. Will Norway be there?
So I think the summit will be in April and not later this year.
Oh, sorry, later next year. Sorry,
but we have been
it's late here.
We have been invited there, and if we have the opportunity, then we're happy to look into participating there as well.
And will you support the plan to get agreement to have an end date of oil extraction, at least new oil extraction?
I don't think that is the right regulation to put in place, but that is because I think it's the wrong thing to take that kind of technology stance per se. I think what we support is an end date for emissions for all sectors, also for the oil and gas sector. And if they can't be successful on carbon capture and storage, for example, yes, they also will have to phase out production over time.
But if you see United Nations have one extremely big success before, and that's the ozone crisis in the 80s, where you had this chemical freons from fridges and hairsprays that were destroying the ozone layer. And all countries agreed to ban the chemical causing the problem. The problem with freons was that they were released in the atmosphere. Theoretically, you could have had a legislation allowing the chemicals, but guaranteeing it's not going to be released. But that's really hard to guarantee. Isn't it really the same with oil? Do you really think that we can have legislation in place that people are not going to burn it without capturing it? Because we don't really, you agreed yourself that many big oil are not really trusted in this space, even if Norway are doing everything right. Do you really think everyone else will spend so much money to capture the emission from oil instead of just phasing it out? Isn't it more realistic?
It depends a bit on where you are in the world, but that we can be successful with this in the European space, I'm absolutely certain of. And it's not with the ozone layer, it's true, but there are industrial companies in Norway today who utilize the same hazardous chemicals that they did 50 years ago, because they're still dependent on it for their production, but are no longer lets it out into the rivers in Norway, but actually capture it and handle it because they have.
Yeah, but it's not a big market for those chemicals today.
No, but it depends where it's a part of the production, and I mean carbon capture and storage is something that we know how to do.
Yeah.
Whether or not it will be, and it will be profitable for some areas. I mean, for the cement industry, if we want to decarbonize cement, CO2 is a byproduct of the production of cement. So we have to capture and store it to be able to solve that.
But
same for waste incineration.
But we don't necessarily need to extract oil.
No, we do not necessarily need to extract oil, but I don't know if we're going to have a petrochemical industry in the future. But I think we are. Because there are a lot of areas where we utilize petrol today, which we're going to probably utilize it in the future as well. If I can ask you a question back then,
sure.
I mean, hypothetically, if we are able to say that, okay, the quota system in Europe is going to zero in 2040, if we then have some gas-powered plants left in 2040, because we need it to balance the renewable power market, and they capture and safely store the CO2 emissions, is that a problem?
I don't have a personal problem if you succeed with it.
No.
But it's just that the industry has the trust to really have a successful carbon capture storage project to date. I hope Norway can prove the word wrong.
Yeah.
But you also said that you think that we will have a industry.
Yeah.
If you're producing the drug, you're not the analyst. You're the one that have the power to decide if we're going to have an industry or not.
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean,
but you need to do it on an international level. I totally get that, because it's kind of pointless
that
if only one country are doing everything
I mean,
right.
My professional background is as an energy regulator within the power system. And I used to work with power grids. That was my field of expertise. And when you talk about the power system, people very often have a favorite technology. Some people like hydro, some people like nuclear, some
What's
people
yours?
like wind or solar.
Carbon capture.
I'm different. I'm different because I have the grid perspective. So I see that the technologies are complementary. They each have a role to fill. Hydro is a fantastic source of electricity generation, but it can be very well supplemented by unregulated wind power as long as you integrate them in a smart way. I think that a little bit is true for the energy transition that we're going to do. I think we're going to need hydrogen in Europe in the 2030s if we're going to succeed with the transition that we try to succeed on. Because for certain areas, industry, shipping, hydrogen is going to be the way.
So what's your favorite?
No, and then access to green hydrogen is going to be very difficult in the 2030s, because basically all new renewables we manage to add on in Europe is probably going to direct electricity.
Do you know that there is a finding?
And you need gas for that, for example. So that is about.
You can also drill for hydrogen in the ground, and there are some new findings. I think also in Norway, maybe.
Yeah, if you manage to do that, excellent. But my main point is that I think technological neutrality and setting just a scope that you have to be zero emission by a certain date. That is the key regulation that politicians should put in place, and then the market needs to find out exactly what is the balance between various technologies.
We're running out of time, but I have one last question, and my team here is the counter is pointing, blinking red here. But I must address this question to you. It's maybe a tricky one. Your cousin doesn't seem to agree with you, because he has been actually hunger striking because of the environment politics and the oil politics in Norway. How do you talk to each other? Are you on good terms, so to say?
Absolutely. I don't have a problem with the people disagreeing with me, nor my cousin. And my cousin is a climate activist,
Yeah.
and he wants us to do more. And I have no problem with people wanting us to move faster. I think that's a good thing. That pushes us in the right direction. And then where me and him differ is that I think that I take a more practical view on how we are actually going to get this done. I have no problem admitting to the fact that the oil and gas that we produce and consume in Europe is being part of the challenge where we need to transition. I have no problem agreeing on the fact that we need to speed up the tempo, also in Europe going forward, to achieve the targets that we have set. But then it's basically on how do you do that in practice in a way that actually can be efficient over time. And there I think politicians are not necessarily the best at setting concrete end dates for certain technologies or industries, for example. I think it's much better if we set end dates for emissions, and then the market and the industry, the sectors, have to abide by that. And I think for the oil and gas industry in Europe, we have shown by the work that we have done together already that we are able to do that. And then we need to continue on that path going forward.
Thank you so much for joining us, and I wish you good luck with capturing that carbon, because if you can do that, I will move to Norway. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes.
And that was all from our Climate Hub here from COP30. We are back tomorrow, of course, and we have a fantastic schedule tomorrow. We're going to have a very unique planetary health check presentation from Professor Johan Rockström. And we also have a session about how to create buildings, to reshape buildings to create more efficient cities. And we also have a story and a session about an amazing project to save biodiversity. And you know, on WeDon'tHaveTime.org, you can rewatch the broadcasts. You can watch our one-to-one interviews. And we also have the live blog, of course, where you can follow the negotiations. And please help us share this message, hashtag us, and come back tomorrow and watch the next day of broadcasting here from Belém, Brazil. Over and out. Thank you.